redirect happens. My mic isn't on. Hey, welcome everybody. Sorry about that. I just tried to do a redirect and I don't know if it worked. 6 Alpha Mike Charlie 9 did the redirect work. It's the first time I've done that on my own live. So hopefully it worked. Aha, woohoo. Okay, let me put that trial down. Let's get the other trial. Let's see where they are. It is in waiting. It is not on yet, but we are getting there. Thank you guys for hopping over. It did not work. Okay, I'll have to figure it out. I'm learning. It should have redirected everybody. I did it extra. I did it not direct. Okay, Swan, did it redirect you? Evil Queen, thank you for joining. I love your name. That's awesome. Okay, so ADHD Jellybean and Alpha said no, it did not direct. K-Swan said no, it did not direct. Okay. Miss Kevin, I need to figure out how to do that. Go do the interview. Are you applying for a job or are you interviewing somebody? Come back. We'll be here because this trial goes to 7 o'clock my time. It didn't work. Okay, we'll figure it out. We will go ahead and close the page. I appreciate y'all so much. I've only been doing this for what, a month now, Miss Kevin? Well, no, officially 2 months. Officially, 2 months. Unofficially, almost 3.5 months, I think. I have to look at the dates. I don't know. Everything's running together as it often can. You never know how all that's going to work. But anyway, yeah, I just need to figure out this redirect. I found it. I put everything in. I set it up. I saved it, and it didn't work. So we'll do it again. We'll keep doing it until we get it right. It's okay, y'all. It's the way we learn. It's how you learn. So, since May. Yep, officially since May, June, May to June, June, July, July to August. We're almost into our 4th month. And we have a lot of great things happening. So while I am waiting for trial to start, I'm going to run some few commercials if you don't mind. So get it out of the way. But I have some fabulous things to share with y'all. So let's start with the logo contest. It expires today, but I will extend it to the end of the month. Well, guys, it's that time. We need a logo, we need merch, and a website. So I decided to have a competition. The person who creates the winning logo will get a t-shirt, hat, and a $50 gift card. And the logo will be featured on everything that we have: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, the website, my email, all the merch. So, if you're interested, deadline's August 15th. The winner will be announced on the 1st of September. Thank you so much and good luck. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor, go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com, order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, y'all, sorry about that. Alpha, 6 Alpha, I was trying to type and get back on at the same time and messed it all up. Go figure. That's the way I ride, y'all. But yes, we need a channel logo. We need a logo for what we're going to use for everything. We have one entry. I'd like to have some more before I draw a winner. So we're going to extend it to the end of the month. We also have no, well, I'll do that in September. But yes, and one thing I would like you to consider including in that said logo would be the ILY because that's very important to me. That is going to have to, the sign language logo is going to have to go somewhere in the logo. If you don't want to put it in, that's fine. I will have to make change. I'll have to insert it, but that's not a problem. Um, the color scheme that you see up here right now is pretty much my color scheme for what I'm going to my channel. I will pretty much what you think my name is. The channel is the well. How do I put this, Miss Kevin? My name is Ada K. ADA KAY. One word or two. My domain is ADA Media. It does have an ADA/media. I don't know, Miss Kevin. She's good with some of that. Maybe she can throw some ideas out there. But right now, pretty much the colors that are on screen are kind of what I'm looking for. You can go more towards the pinks if you want a little bit, but if you want to use my um, I don't know, just get creative, guys. Just get creative. If you're good at doing this and you've got something that I'm liking but want to tweak it a little bit, then we can talk about that, guys. Sorry, hold on. My chair is a round chair, and sometimes I sit in it and I'm not even. So I got to get comfy. So we are still waiting for court. Let me check another channel just to make sure, because sometimes one starts before the other one. And I want to make sure that we're not running late. There's their live. They are also running the logo, so I'm going to switch to this screen and biggin them. I really like supporting Trial TV Live for their feeds. They're a smaller channel, great people, wonderful people, and that's where I like to get my feed if I can. So y'all go over and love on them if you haven't heard of Trial TV Live. They are fabulous, fabulous, fabulous people. We really, really appreciate them. So go join them. Yay, they got it up. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Let me share screen now that we got it up. And there we go. I will, once it gets going, hop out and grab me something to eat real quick and come right back in. I have been streaming since 10 o'clock this morning. It is now 1 o'clock my time, 3 hours without a break. So I will hop out in a minute. Let me get back to comments. Yeah, just try to let's figure out something. I'd like to have something, of course, legal looking. Have fun with it. Alpha, 6 Alpha. Have fun. Okay, we were watching the Sarah Boone, and oh, y'all, we were getting close to the end. But y'all, so I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and hop that up while we're waiting for trial to start.
Leave are 2 manila envelopes that have contents inside.
And everything else is just free paper?
As far as my understanding is, yes. I've not been able to fully dive into the boxes quite yet because of waiting for information for this. But I can further explore once I return back to the dorm.
I can provide some manila folders without any type of clasp or string in order to get the cardboard boxes out of the building.
I understand. And that would be if I'm limited to a certain amount of the specified pen and papers I am able to have. My question is, I would like to know also, please, for the reasonable quantities that you quoted earlier in regards to the amount of paper, is that the definition that you provided, is that for the enclosed housing area, or is this also for general population?
Ma'am, I'm responsible for, based on the Florida Model Jail Standards, to reduce the amount of paper clutter in all living spaces. It's not specific to just your housing unit.
Thank you.
Captain Giovanni, does that now can she switch out and get things out of the property within reason if there's additional documents in her property?
Through the request form, if she, we're going to authorize the second fire retardant bag. We're going to offer some manila envelopes without a metal clasp or string so that she could get everything into the fire retardant bags. And then we're going to remove the cardboard boxes, which are what becomes is the fire risk, because it is not authorized or recognized as a fire retardant item based on the fire marshal. The only thing that they consider fire retardant is the bag, and again, I will provide that. And then anything in excess, she could send to the property room. Well, and then upon her need for it, she could write a request to the property room, and the property room will bring it over. But she'll have to swap it out. I'm amenable. I'm amenable to her keeping her.
All right, I'll start to bring the witness back in and ask the witness to begin his cross-examination. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm muted myself. This is the cleanest, quietest run trial I've ever seen in my life. Politest trial I've ever seen in my life. So we'll see if we get any spice. We'll see. I know some people are a little bored. Hello, Miss Nikki. I know some people are a little bored, but guys, this is how a trial's supposed to go. This is exactly how a trial's supposed to go. So I'm ready. Got my days. Now we are on witness number 9, I think.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
No, number 8, because we didn't do cross.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, C-L-I-F-F-O-R-D, Mogg, M-O-G-G.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Mogg.
Morning, Mr. Graskovich.
And we'll stop right there. It's obviously not a detective. I know old habits die hard. You've since retired, and now you're a private investigator.
I'm not a private investigator. I'm a
Private
consultant. Correct.
Fair. All right. Turning your attention to your testimony at the end of yesterday, the locations of interest, and this was your slide that I'm referring to. I believe it's slide 7. You were primarily focused on this 5.3-mile trip, give or take, between Mr. Garman's residence and the residence belonging to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's an approximation.
Okay. How many neighborhoods or designated neighborhoods are within, just along this route, this 5.3 mile distance?
Numerous.
Fair to say hundreds.
I wouldn't know if it was hundreds, but there's numerous.
You had given testimony towards the end of the day yesterday that you had driven through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, correct?
Back.
Yeah.
Looking for another Denali?
Examining the area, looking for vehicles, correct.
And what other vehicles would you be looking for other than a red Denali?
We were advised that Mr. Tejas also had two other vehicles. I believe one is a BMW, the other one was a Tesla. And so we drove the area. I believe at the time that I drove through, I can't recall if both the BMW, the Tesla, and the Tahoe were at his residence or not, but those were the vehicles we knew that he had access to.
Okay, and in reference to this 5.3 mile route, which you had reviewed approximately 20 cameras on, did you review that route for the BMW?
No, we did not.
Did you review that route for the Tesla?
We did not.
So then back to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you'd agree with me that when you drove through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you were looking for a red Denali similar to his?
I was looking for all the vehicles that were registered to him.
Approximately how many houses were in his specific neighborhood?
Oh, rough guess. Maybe 100
Good morning, everyone.
neighborhood.
Do you recall the name of the neighborhood?
I do not.
Do you recall the subdivision to which this neighborhood belonged?
I can't recall off the top of my head the name of the subdivision.
Do you recall whether or not it was in, let's say, Lake Las Vegas, Piccoli Ranch, Summerlin?
I believe it might have been Piccoli Ranch area. That's what's right there on Charleston.
Are you aware of what, or any HOAs that had jurisdiction, assuming there was, over this neighborhood?
I'm not.
You had given testimony concerning, I'll flip through so we can all see. It's your slide 15. (9:10), and you had given testimony yesterday at about 4:12 p.m. that you had seen this red Denali entering this area near where Mr. Tellis lived, correct?
At approximately 9:10 in the morning. That's correct.
And just so we're clear, at 9:10 from this camera that it was 9601 Red Hills Drive, basically the Piggott Elementary School, you saw the Denali arriving in the neighborhood, not specifically to Mr. Tellis's house, but the area, correct?
It drove into the neighborhood where Mr. Tejas lives.
And he was arriving, assuming, and that's again too, we don't know who was driving, do we?
That's correct.
Throughout your testimony yesterday, you repeatedly said he, the driver, he. We don't know, all things being you, whether it was a he or a she do.
I'm fairly confident it was a male.
Okay, but you didn't know. You don't know. You can't testify today whether it was a male or a female, can you?
Not positively.
But back to this arrival, whoever's driving this Denali at 9:10:18 DVR time on September 2nd, 2022, do you know where that Denali was arriving from, or where its place of origin is from?
Well, I looked at phone records from Mr. Tejas, and I know that earlier in the morning, previous to 9:10, he was down in the area of, I believe it was Desert Inn and Durango. There's a school down there in that neighborhood.
Okay. But again, not based upon any captures from any ring cams, school cams, gas station cams. That's based upon his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct. The camera at his residence did not record, and there wasn't anything on the Ring camera of evidentiary value.
And we'll get to that, but just so we're clear though, as far as where this vehicle was, we don't know, do we? We have no records concerning that red Denali prior to 9:10 a.m.
That's correct.
We don't know the location of this red Denali on September 1st, the day before, do we?
I do not.
And we don't know the location of this red Denali following, let's say, 9/3, do we?
I believe there were surveillance units set up on that vehicle at some point after 9/2, but I don't recall the exact date.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of Mr. Tellis being under surveillance prior to this date in question, September 2nd, 2022?
No,
At this point in time, you worked with the homicide unit?
that's correct.
So you were unaware of what other involvement, if any other units may have had concerning details concerning Mr. Tellis?
I know there were other units in the Metropolitan Police Department that were involved in an investigation concerning Mr. Tejas, but I don't know the details concerning that investigation.
Are you aware of a surveillance detail that had been focused on Mr. Tellis on the days preceding this killing of Mr. Garrett?
I am not.
Are you aware that he was subject to surveillance on the day of this killing of Mr. Garrett?
I am not.
The next slide I'd like to turn your attention to is, let's see, we'll go here. It's at 9:12. This is where you discussed roughly the same time Mr. Gehrman is leaving the taco shop. Again, you'd said that the time was wrong in this, correct?
That's correct. The clock time on the DVR is wrong. I believe this is, I'd have to go back and look at the previous slide, but probably somewhere around 9:14 in the morning.
Okay, and you were shown a receipt by Mr. Hamner concerning a receipt.
I don't think I was shown a receipt.
Okay, was there any discussion with you and Mr. Hamner concerning your receipt from Roberto's Taco Shop on the morning in question?
No, I know that one existed. That's how we ended up going there. That was found during a search of Mr. Gehrman's residence. And so that's one of the reasons that we went to the taco shop, is to follow up on the time of that receipt. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the time on the receipt was about 9:04.
And are you aware of that receipt and the timestamp on the receipt being accurate, or is it just an assumption that it was?
Based on the adjusted time on the DVR, I think the time was pretty accurate, but I can't testify that it absolutely was accurate.
All right. And moving on. This is a 9/12/32. This is from the same 906 Red Hills Drive, the Piggott Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony yesterday was at this time we see this Denali leaving this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
But just so we're clear, the last point of either seeing this vehicle arriving or leaving, this is about as close as we get to the Tellis residence, correct?
It is.
But still, we have a distance, don't we? I mean, it's not right around the corner, but I mean, there's a distance between this camera and Mr. Tellis's home.
Where I lose track of the Denali as it heads north, it's right around the corner for Mr. Tejas' residence.
And, you know, since we're on the subject, I'll just address this right now. This surveillance camera, the Ring camera, Mr. Tellis's home, security cameras. It's your testimony that you could not find any video from that day, correct?
That's correct. If any video would have been recovered, it would have been provided to me so that I could have used it in my PowerPoint. I know that detectives at the scene who were executing the search warrant there, in addition to myself, requested that our digital forensics lab come out and examine the DVR. I don't know what the results of that examination are.
So you're not able to give testimony whether it's cloud-based or not?
I am not.
You're not aware of whether the passcode had been given to it and followed through?
All I know is that the digital forensics detectives came out, and they're the ones that examined the system.
So they would know in reference to that system versus you, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you're not aware of when any security system may have been installed, whether it was the day before on the Telus residence, are you?
I am not.
Are you aware of any other neighbors of Mr. Telus who had been spoken to concerning their Ring cameras or their security systems that could have gotten you closer to the Telus home?
I am aware that other detectives canvassed the area for surveillance video, and I don't believe we were able to locate any.
But you can't say for certain, can you?
Well, I can say that if video would have been recovered, it would have been given to me to be used as part of the PowerPoint that I created.
But again, and just so we're clear, and if I may approach this screen, I mean, you've got the Piggott Elementary School here, that's where the green pen is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the Telus home up here, a ways away on the other side of Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct.
So you said it was right around the corner, but it's actually really not. You have to leave Piggott Elementary School, come over here on Red Hills, drive up Red Hills, let's see, Silk Tassel, hit Spanish Steps. And from this picture, we can't really see, but we don't really have the entrance to Mr. Tellus's neighborhood captured, do we?
So where I lose track of the Dolly is about 6 houses south of the intersection, and then right around the corner to Mr. Tejas' residence.
Would you agree with me, just based upon this capture, and this presumably is from a satellite?
The picture of this?
Yes.
Yes, it's Google Earth.
We've got quite a few homes. We've got that Silk Tassel Drive. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on one side, 6 on the other. Then we have Spanish Steps. We have homes on each side. There's a lot of homes there, isn't there, that could have security cameras?
There were, but not every home has security cameras. And just because you have a camera doesn't mean that it captures anything.
Kind of like in the instance of Mr. Tellus's home, just because the camera, that doesn't mean anything was captured, correct?
That's correct.
But fair to say, we do have several homes between this Piggott vantage point and the Tellus home.
There are several, yes.
You had given testimony concerning seeing a red Denali drive by from a certain vantage point, and you weren't able to see whether or not it had a plate, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall which capture you were referring to?
I believe that was from 1405 Wintergreen, and there was no plate visible on the back of the truck at the time that it drove northbound on Wintergreen.
And what time was that?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would referring to your notes or your slide preparation refresh your recollection?
If you want to back out of this and go to the PowerPoint itself, and then I have to scroll down to the slides.
Okay, I'll do this. We'll go through it together.
So it's that angle.
Right here?
No, not this, but it's this angle from 1405 Wintergreen.
Not that one.
No,
That's Mr. Telus. I'm sorry, that's Mr. Gehrman. Let's see. And, you know, since we're here in the interest of time, let's address this. You were asked, did something jump out at you? Recall that line of questioning yesterday?
correct.
And you were shown this, and State's Exhibit 317, Mr. Hamner had shown this to the jury,
Yes,
correct? We have a visor down in the summertime on a vehicle, correct?
that's correct.
And you said there was something telling, something very characteristic about this capture, correct?
There's one of them, yes.
And we'll get to the other matters, but you said something here on the front just showed you that this must be the same vehicle or similar vehicle, correct?
It stood out to me as something that was similar on both the suspect's vehicle and on Mr. Teas's vehicle.
If I can show you what's been admitted and shown, published, State Exhibit 317.
Yes,
On the approach, this was it, correct?
that's correct.
And you said in your testimony that there's something here that matches something there concerning this light color area.
Correct. It's just something that drew my attention on both vehicles. And it's a faded area on the plastic of the left front of the Denali.
But then again, this faded area, the sun's reflecting off of it, isn't it?
I don't believe the sun was reflecting off of that.
I would submit that the exhibit speaks for itself. If I told you that it is, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
That the sun is reflecting off of that?
Yes.
I would.
Okay, well, obviously, we let those that are the ultimate determiners of fact determine that. There was other testimony concerning things jumping out at you. The rims on the Denali.
Correct.
These are stock rims, aren't they?
They are.
The tinting in the front, lighter tinting in the front, darker tinting in the back. Something else?
That's correct. When you take everything into consideration.
But that's a standard feature, is it not? The front windows are generally not tinted and the backs are.
That's not true.
Have you done research concerning the 2007 Denali?
I've seen Denali's. I've seen tinted windows in the front, tinted windows all the way around, no tint all the way around, some windows tinted, some windows not. It runs the gamut. It depends on the owner of the vehicle on whether or not you want to tint your windows.
Have you done any research in reference to like Car Guru or CarMax, Google concerning 2007 Denali's, what they
I
look
have.
like? Fairly similar to this one.
Similar, yes.
They all have Denali on the side like this Denali has, correct?
They do.
Now, moving forward, please stop me when we come to the capture. I think was the word used in reference to the license plate.
So if you play this clip,
Okay,
stop.
right there.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
That's on cornflower. That's another angle where you do not see a license plate on the rear of the vehicle.
okay. And this is at 1042, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is some distance from the Telus home, correct?
It's about a block.
Now let's hit that. About a block from the Telus home?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
It's about a block from Mr. German's residence.
okay.
It's roughly 5.3 miles from Mr. Teas's residence.
All right. So we've got a red Denali, about an hour and 30 minutes away from the other Denali that's captured at Piggott, that's some distance away from Telus home, correct?
I believe this time is correct. You'd have to go to the slide before for me to confirm that. It is,
Okay, so again, about an hour and a half.
correct.
We've got a 5.3 mile stretch, and you'll agree with me that we don't have continuous coverage, do we? We have 20 spots, give or take, over a 5.3 mile area. Fair to say?
That's correct. Again, some houses had video, some didn't. Some captured the vehicle, some didn't. Some weren't recording, some were.
And it's your testimony that this capture is at 1042, correct? Give or take, assuming it's accurate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go forward now to 1405 Winter Green.
I believe that one also shows that there was no plate on the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and this is 17 minutes after the last one?
Yes, correct.
And this is all in the area of Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
This is on Wintergreen, about 30 feet north of Bronze Circle where Mr. Gehrman lived.
So we've got all this time that's transpired, correct?
Minutes.
Well, if we go from 10:42 to 11:01, I mean, we've got some time. Almost 20 minutes.
That's also the suspect out walking around the area.
We've got 20 minutes that we got, correct?
Sure.
Fair to say that this video window that we've been looking at begins at about 9:10, correct? Concerning the Denali. I don't want to say it's Mr. Tellis' Denali, but a Denali, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the latter slides that we look at, it's about 11:50, isn't it?
Approximately, yes,
That's a fair amount of time, correct?
it is.
Turning your attention to a Denali, a red Denali. Did you receive information that there was about 67 red Denalis in the Vegas area?
There's actually more than that. We had an initial listing, I believe, over 100. Of that 100, one of the Denalis listed on there was registered at Mr. Tejas' residence to his wife, Mary. We further narrowed that list down to red Yukons. The first list was 07 to 14 Yukons. The next list that we narrowed down was 07 to 2014 red Yukons. Again, Mr. Tejas' wife, Mary, at his address was listed on that list. We narrowed it down even further then to red Denalis. And again, Mr. Tejas' wife, Mary, at his address was listed as an owner of that vehicle. We even searched advanced license plate readers, and Mr. Tejas' vehicle was photographed by an advanced license plate reader vehicle at his residence, bearing a license plate, a Nevada commemorative plate. I believe it was 944 Adam.
Okay, and when was this?
I don't know what the exact date was, but I could get it.
Okay, so you don't have it today. I mean, I appreciate you laying out for us the steps of this investigation, but when was this capture done? When was this? Please, tell us.
If I could get it for you.
Okay. Have you given it to the state?
I believe everybody has the license plate reader information.
You don't know when, the origin? I mean, as you sit here today, and trust me, it's not a test, but I mean, you don't have it with you.
I do have it with me. I just don't know that my computer is going to work in here.
Okay, fair enough. Fair to say, though, there's more than one Denali, and we're talking about a 5.3 mile area that you were focusing on, correct?
There is more than one Denali in the Clark County Valley.
At no point in time, and you'd agree with me that it's your theory, but at no point in time do we have any capture of a red Denali parked and there's a license plate being either removed or put upon it, correct?
There's not.
Most of the,
No, that's not correct.
okay,
You don't see the plate as it's traveling around Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood. Once it goes down Washington, you can tell that there is something on the back of the vehicle that was not there before.
and if you could direct our attention to which slide specifically you're referring to.
Yes, if you can pull up the one that's on Washington.
Okay, so it's forward from this, looking at the time.
Correct. It's near the end.
The one that's taken from the gas station.
No, the
Okay.
one that's taken from the backyard of a residence that backs up to Washington. And then also from the Winco Foods on Washington.
Okay. Please tell me when I should stop.
Right there. So where the red box was, if you look, you can see white and darker. And I believe that is the commemorative license plate that was on the back of the vehicle.
But that's as good as we get. You're saying that that's the one that belongs to the Telus residents, but that's it. You're drawing this conclusion based upon this image.
Oh, no, I was present for the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Tejas' residence, where several items of evidence were recovered that absolutely confirmed my belief that Mr. Tejas' vehicle was the one used in the commission of Jeffrey Gurman's murder.
And we understand that, and we understand your point of view in reference to this, but concerning this vehicle, this capture at 11:35, at 11:35 Sunspot Street at 11:35 in the morning, you're basing this conclusion concerning this commemorative plate, and that this is the vehicle based upon that image.
What I'm saying is that when the vehicle was last photographed at 7200 Periwinkle, as it turned west onto Vegas Drive, the next video that I have, the next capture I have of the vehicle is as it travels westbound on Washington from Tenaya. And at that point, it appears to me that there's a license plate on the vehicle.
So you're saying there's a better image of the plate capture than this concerning these putting on the plate than this what we were looking at?
There is no image of the license plate being put back on the vehicle.
But I'm asking concerning the image of the plate.
If you go to the next one, I believe from Winco Foods. And again, you can look at the back of that. Now you can clearly see that there is a white area on the rear lift gate.
And that's the commemorative plate that you testified concerning.
The previous one is what I thought it was,
All
just
right.
based on the color scheme, what it looked like.
You see something there, and that's this commemorative plate that you're sure belongs to the Telus vehicle.
No, in this video or in this clip, all I'm saying is now it appears that there is a license plate on the vehicle.
And in reference to the license plate that you're testifying is on this vehicle, you can't tell what kind of plate it is.
You cannot.
Thank you. No further questions.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. At what point did he go back and attach the license plate? I don't feel like I'm very clear. I mean, make some adjustments. There we go. At what time did he put the license plate back on? Oh, hold on. Take over for a second.
Thank you, Hunter.
Sure.
Mr. Booger?
Nikki,
Can the witness still leave?
can you pin?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Do you see how I was pinning witnesses? I can't. In YouTube. So he would be number 8. Let me do this correctly. Control. Let me do it correctly so you can see what I'm looking for. What? Told me try again? Are you kidding me? Oh, snap it. Give me a sec. I don't know what's going on.
We're going to recess for lunch. We have our next witness coming until 1 o'clock. And so during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including
Okay.
your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you. You go with the officer of the court, and we will be in recess.
Okay. I got it. I was in the wrong window box. My apologies. So, dag nabbit, it didn't work. I made a boo boo. What happens when you try and do something real fast? Okay. There we go. Do you see the process?
Me?
No. Sneaky. Sneaky. I'm bringing you on, girlfriend, so I can hear you. Okay. So, witness number is continued from yesterday.
Okay. All right. Yes, I am looking at everything that I have access to now.
Okay. In YouTube, go to comments. Okay.
Mhm.
And you'll see number 8 continue cross. Well, it should be cross state.
Mhm.
Okay. So the next witness is going to be number 9, state witness. Wait, direct. State direct? What did I do yesterday? State direct. Sorry. Okay, I'm just putting a bunch of letters in. Space, their title. It's going to look kind of like that. So you'll have the number witness, state direct, their name, title. Las Vegas PD with LVPD dash maybe detective or crime scene or whatever, who they are, what are they testifying to. Then when they go to cross, it'll be all the same, but you're going to put cross state direct. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Then redirect and recross. So what I do is I'll copy, you know how you select it, copy and paste it into chat and have it ready for when they do the switch. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I'm going to be interpreting with Miss Diane.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, does that make sense?
I believe so. If I need to ask questions, I will. So I might just need to do a little bit of fiddling around.
Actually, let's make this easier. Here's an example. I can delete this when we're done. I'm not going to leave it up. And then you'll do recross. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that noise is. What in the sensei? Oh, God. Okay. Got it. So let me just copy. So that's what the redirect will look like. Then when we get to the defendant side, we'll just put DEF for defendant instead of state
Okay.
direct. You understand now? Recross?
Yes, I don't understand how to make it
Okay.
that.
If you look, scroll your arrow, put your cursor over the very last redirect number 9 state direct ADA, and you see the 3
Mhm.
dots right hand side.
Yes, I need to move this silly thing. 1 second. 1 second. I just have to. There's a dumb emoji thing in my chat that I have to get away. Okay, now it's gone. Now I can get to it. Okay, yes, replace pin message. Okay, there we go. That's what you're wanting me to.
What it's going to do. That's all you do.
Okay.
Now I'm going to go back and delete all these.
Okay.
Remove them because we don't need to have all of those up for everyone to see. But, you know, if you change the format a little bit, that's fine. Oh, snap. What did I just do? I just opened something up. So, when you do that, if you switch it up a little bit, but just make sure that redirect is there, recross, because what I'm going to start doing, I was doing it, but I stopped because we haven't been in trials, is I use these timestamps to go back and put thumbnails in after the trial.
Okay.
Now, eventually, you can put the thumbnails in while we're live.
Okay.
We don't need to worry about that now. Okay?
Okay.
So, are we in a morning break already?
I believe we are. Yes.
Welcome, Miss Tracy, our newest member.
Sorry, Tracy, that we were doing admin stuff with me. I apologize.
You were what?
Oh, I said sorry we were doing admin stuff with me, Tracy. I apologize.
Oh no, don't worry. She just subscribed earlier, so I just wanted to bless her. But oh my God, y'all, we did it. Didn't mean to do that. So you can sit there, and what I do as soon as the first witness is up there, I write their name down. Just make when they spell it for me.
Right.
I type all that up, then I copy it and paste it into chat and put the word cross in front of it. And don't click it until they do the cross. That way I'm ahead of the ball, not behind the ball.
Okay. Now, do you take notes on paper? Like, is that better for you? Because I take notes on paper sometimes. Okay. Just wondering if I'm like the minority or not.
No, I got literally 2 inches from the Reed trial. But
Okay.
if you can just play with that, and if you make a mistake, don't worry about it. I've made a lot. Don't worry about it. If you spell something wrong, just do it again and repost it. That's no big deal. Okay.
Sounds good.
You've got this.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation.
Now I'm going to flip over to Miss Diane. Hey, Diane. Oh, let me turn your voice on. I forgot. How's you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay, except I got to the food bank and they were already closed. It's like, okay, I'll go next week. They closed a half an hour early today. It's live. It's called live. Well, buy me a coffee, Lady Di's already taken. I guess that is me, but I don't remember.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to remember how I signed up for my coffee. Buy me a coffee.
Well, I need to know if we can get into it because we couldn't get in, and I think you needed to give permission to post it because when I put it in, I couldn't donate anything.
Do you remember what I told you it was?
Lady Di?
Yeah, it says it's already taken. That would be me already taken, but
that's right. So figure out your password, so you're going to have to reset your password if you can't figure it. You guys, please bless my fabulous interpreter. If you do,
How
Under this account that's showing, it will transfer to her.
how do I do it? Email or
Diane, I
email
think you might
or
have to put a payment, like connect a payment type to it. So do you have a PayPal that you've
Okay.
connected to it? Because
I
it may not
haven't.
actually, yeah, because I think it needs to have like a PayPal or something connected to it before it will publicly launch and be public facing. And what it
All right.
does is it just like puts in 50 cents and takes out 50 cents from whatever account or whatever PayPal you've given it, just to figure out if it's the right account. And then that way,
Okay.
it just makes sure it's got the right information. But it'll just ask if you've got a PayPal. And then if that information is set up, I believe you can go live with it.
Okay.
But
I'm working on it.
okay, thanks, Diane. I'm sorry. I believe that's the problem. Sorry.
That's a scary picture up there of that man. I tell you. Look for the notification shown on your Apple device. How about a phone? Use this iPhone to reset your Apple ID password. I don't want to reset my Apple ID password. I remember it.
Well, I don't know.
But I know what my Apple ID password is. If I reset it, I forget it. I've been sent to all Apple ID devices where you're signed into iCloud. Go to any of these Apple devices to reset your password. I don't want to reset my password.
How long
remembers it. Huh?
How long have you had that said password?
Oh, a couple months.
Okay.
Okay, I can do this. I can reset it. I'll just reverse it. Okay.
While you do that, I'm going to share a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so while Miss Diane does that, Sticky, do you want to hop on? Did you hear anything of the Sarah Boone motion that we were watching earlier today?
You know what? I caught the tail end of it because I was listening to it while I jumped in the shower before we hopped on here this morning.
Oh.
And then my speaker died right in the middle while you were doing all the sound effects. And I was like, man, why did my speaker have to die?
That's the new sound for I nailed it. So when I sit there and talk about something and then it hops up in court or motion and I got it right. But this is my response to her entire 7-list demand from the prison.
When I heard like the fire marshal has not approved this, because then when I got to my laptop speakers are blown, but it was still loud enough that I could hear that part when I was like getting dressed, and I'm like, because they were talking about the hard copy paper, right? Is that what they were discussing?
Oh my gosh. Oh, the newest motion. Thank you. I'm a Jedi too. Oh, I got the newest motion. Let's read it. We're reading it.
Please. Oh, let's do this because I want all the dirt, please. I'm so sorry I missed it this morning. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us.
Okay, I gotta get rid of this. It doesn't fit. I love Discord, but it does fit in the screen. It's got a lock on the side. So we're going to share this. Of course, I'm going to have to deal with a bunch of crap, but I'm going to share this instead. Oh, to close that down. I can't do much more for this. I'm sorry, you guys. And I'm going to put it in front of me. I gotta make this work to where I can read it and not look like an idiot. Okay, you got comments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here comes. Okay, Sarah, Boom. And if I'm having a struggle reading a word and you got it, just say it. Motion for payment of cost and appointing a neuropsychologist to assist in the defense in the preparation of the defense. Comes now the defendant, Sarah Boone, by the way of pro se respectfully moves this honorable court to enter an order authorizing the state of Florida to incur the cost of the following discovery expenses. My God, if I was a Floridian in that county, I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs. Reasonable fees for neuropsychologists. These services include reviewing of documents and physical evidence, written reports, travel, and trial testimony as grounds for the defendant's state the following. Do you know that those people can charge like $2,000 an hour for court? And that's not just for on the stand. That's from the moment they get there to the moment they get home.
Yeah.
Y'all,
Gosh.
looking at
dang it.
on that, and they're already spending 10 grand on a PI and $1,000 on the PI's travel to help her. Defendant is charged with a second-degree murder. The defendant has what has been
Okay, sorry. Are we at E? Where are we? Steve?
the
E.
defendant has been adjudicated.
Had been adjudged indigent for cost.
Isn't this hard to read? I have a hard time. People love it. I don't.
You know what? Even though she has good penmanship, it's really like, so sometimes it's just like,
together. The
yeah,
defendant
so I'm sorry, like this is hard to read.
and you're dyslexic. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
the
man, I can't imagine.
cannot afford the services of a neuropsychologist. And the reason I can read that word because I know it. A genuine issue exists related to the case, which will require an assistance of an expert witness in the field of neuropsychology. The defendant is without the funds and does not have the ability to pay for the costs associated with the expert witness to assist in the defense of this matter. Therefore, she requires the assistance of the state of Florida. Instead of requires, it should be request. The state of Florida to guarantee protection of her rights in the process of effective assistance of counsel. The counsel has contacted a neuropsychologist, Dr. Hyman Eisenstein. Oh my gosh. The defendant, Dr. E. The defendant intends to engage the services of Dr. E. Dr. E. graduated from the University of Chicago Division of the Biological Science, the Pfizer School of Medicine in 1982. He worked for Miami Beach, Florida, specializing in psychology. The defendant seeks permission to allow or to allocate the funds for Dr. E to services at a rate of $300 per hour for all work performed on the case, except for travel billing at $125 per hour, with an additional cap of $15,000.
So it's initial cap of 15, and then I think they have to maybe ask for anything above that.
Yeah, but he'll run it to 15.
Oh,
Plus,
he'll run it up, yeah.
Whoa, plus reimbursement for
she'll need all that time.
Yeah.
And you know what? When you were reading the name, I was like, Einstein? And then you were like, no, Eisenstein. And I'm like, oh, no, you're right, Eisenstein. Like, that's what my mind was doing. And I'm like, oh, Einstein might not help that girl.
Heck no. So, I didn't mean to do that. Let me get that back to where I can see it. I dropped it. Okay. Necessary related expenses, including but not limited to travel expense, log, meals, miles, postage, shipping, documents, reproductions, and his services prior provider with the JAC. The defendant cannot properly prepare for trial under the expert analysis is complete until it's complete. She's going to motion for delayance. Sneaky, where's your
This was a gift actually from a friend of mine. So they were custom made from someone from BC. I'm sorry, I don't know. So, But they
Is-
remind me of my friends, so that's why I always have them.
that the defendant has attempted to request an evaluation through the previous appointed attorneys without success based on several factors, to include the attorney not being able to locate the proper specialist in this field of neuropsychology, and the willingness of the neuropsychologist to work on the case, and the authorization of the JAC to pay for said neurotherapist. Well, no kidding. The defendant believes that her pattern of behavior seems from the lifetime of mental and physical abuse, and believes that she cannot have a proper defense without the neuropsychologist who can evaluate her exposure to this trauma. Oh, so what she's wanting is not just for them to go over the evidence. She said to go over evidence. She's wanting a full psychological evaluation from them and have them declare her mentally incompetent or she wasn't in her right mind when she did this. So that's her angle on this. The problem is she's already gone through some of this testing. The neuropsychologist specializes in understanding relationships between brain and behavior. Given the complexity of the defendant's mental health history, what mental health history? You don't have any mental health diagnoses other than alcoholism and stupidity. Is it critical to assess her cognitive function and mental state to determine how these factors may have influenced her actions? Oh, please. Wherefore
That would have to be on her like paperwork for being like put in jail, right? Because any like medications, she talked about medications she would need.
They do an at-risk and psych on everybody. And the thing is that this is something that the cost that let me rephrase it. If you have a public defender, there are neuropsychologists and people that work with public defenders, and we'll do it at a lower cost because the state's paying for it. But what she's doing is trying to use state money to hire this specific person at an unreasonable amount of money. The evaluation alone can cost up to $2,000 to $5,000, depending on how long they do it. I mean, usually the evaluation takes to a minimum of 2 days of all-day testing, minimum. Wherefore, the defendant, Sarah Boone, by way of purpose, respectfully request this honorable court, in conclusion, for payment and costs and appointing a neuropsychologist, oath, I swear, and I could care less about your swearing of oath. Oh, crapola. That is insane.
That's insane.
What?
That's insanity. Sorry, my head connected for a second, but yeah. So one of my eyebrows goes up when I hear bullshit. Oh, sorry. When I hear crap. And so one of my eyebrows is going to permanently be like up all the time for this entire trial. Once October starts, everyone, one eyebrow is going to be permanently fixed upwards. We might need to like buy me some Botox, and that's just so that we can get my face to settle down.
Okay, that may be your little love gift in about a year. On Botox, it's like $600, isn't it?
Yeah, it's expensive.
Unless
Oh man,
to make it a medical Botox, and then you don't have to worry about it.
I do have migraines, and then that way I would
No.
still have expressions.
They're not going
Because
to
it
do.
wouldn't be so much. Anyway, Diane, let's see.
Yes.
Have you perhaps figured that out? Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I connected it to a bank.
Good, because it'll take maybe a couple of hours, or it'll send you something when like an
says
email
I-
when it'll.
It says I haven't received any payments so far. That's what it says.
Okay.
It'll send you an email when it kind of checks things, and then it should say when you can kind of make your page and make it friendly for the community to bless you and give them more information about you. But then that way we can send people to your page, I believe.
Well, it does a Stripe Express payout settings. Buy me a coffee. And it is, I took a picture of the page so I would remember it. The past 12 months, no activity, no transactions. Okay, I
We
think-
will get it sorted out.
we'll find out. I you know.
But thank you for being patient with me while we try and get it sorted.
Say what?
I'm trying to follow you. Are you under Lady Di?
I am.
One word, 2 words? How is it done?
I'll send you what I took a picture of and you can look and see. Just a minute. Picture. Oh, there it is.
Didn't her previous lawyers struggle to get the money for the expert she wanted? Ada, would you know that? Haley Mouse was asking,
They did struggle.
Okay.
Okay, I
They-
sent it to you, Ada K, and you send it to, yes, lady up top.
Sneak, yeah, don't worry. Just say the lady who always thinks I look lovely. Yeah,
The lady who
don't
always
worry.
thinks I look lovely.
Yeah,
Did
there
you
you
get
go.
it, Lady K?
So I think they're just trying not to
Yes. Buy
create
me
a
coffee,
situation for a mistrial, Haley Mouse.
Haley Mac.
I'm not finding you.
Hey, well, I did. I just show you what I sent you.
I know, and I'm not finding you.
Well, you make me one day. There it is.
Try something else. Hold on. Whew. Okay. So her previous attorneys did try. And I'm going to log out.
Okay, well,
Hold on. So anyway, but I think that the costs were just astronomical. I think that's part of it.
I have to go put lasagna in the oven.
Go do that, love. I can't find you. I'll deal with this after the live. But
Sure. I'll be back.
so I don't know why I can't find her.
So I tried to connect one the other day because I was trying to figure out why we couldn't find Diane. And I believe that's it, but I think sometimes it takes a few hours to verify that the bank that she connected is actually like the bank. So what it will do is the company will send 50 cents into her bank account and then take it away. And so it'll take a couple hours, but then she should get an email in a couple hours saying, make your page more accessible to people by adding more information, because it'll be public facing then, but sometimes it takes a little while. But thank you for listening. Yeah.
No. Thank you. And it educates me as well. Educates everybody.
How would I know? So
Thank
I just was trying to find.
No, you're really good. Don't doubt yourself. You're great. One thing about experts, for what limited knowledge that I personally have, and I still have a piece of dry, that source still bothers me, and that is it. There's what's called reasonable. Okay, you cannot sit there and ask. Right now, she's got 11 grand for this one guy. But that doesn't even include the cost the court has for the trial as a whole. These trials cost $100,000 roughly or more just for the city because workers, you got to pay the bills, you got to pay for the judge, you got to pay for the
The court time, the stenographer, or whatever the court typist, whatever their official name is.
we call them court reporters.
Court reporter. Thank you.
So all of that costs money, and then you're wanting another $15,000. That does not include food, hotel, and all of that for the person when they come to testify in court.
Yeah.
And I just made it bleed. So the thing for me is I'm like, girl, that's another 26,000. Well, no, 15 and 10. Yeah, $26,000 out the chute. That's not including another $5,000 in expenses.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at $31,000 from the taxpayers
On top of everything.
everything else.
Yeah. So when I was trying to figure that out, when I was like trying to get ready to come on here this morning, and I was listening to you, listen to this, like go through this. I was just thinking about, EDB's sound clip where they're like, bruh, like, bruh.
Oh,
I think we might need to have one like sis, like sis. Except for I kind of don't want to call her sis.
Seriously? I'm typing something to somebody who's a lawyer.
Yeah. So anyway, Haley Mouse. If you want the top experts, you better make sure you're loaded before leaving your boyfriend. That's I am so interested to see what this guy finds. So like, if they're gonna give her a great doctor, then I hope he makes his report fireworks, because they're paying for it. Like, holy crow. That is quite something.
Okay.
I can't even.
I just asked a question to somebody. I don't know if they're able to see right now or not. We'll see. If they do, I'll let you know. But I'm sure there has to be a cap. They can't just keep throwing all this money. I mean, even the jail said that she is making very big, huge accommodation requests for someone who's doing a pro se case, and they have other people who are pro se and have been, and they get a piece. They get extra pens, extra pencils, extra paper, and maybe some of them may get some computer time with supervision. And she's sitting here
Getting every single thing.
Asking for the planet. She's asking for the freaking solar system.
Yeah, that's so upsetting for like every other person. Like, can you imagine being like innocent and being like sick pro se or something, and then watching that crap and just being like, huh. Wow.
Oh, we're getting some docs right now.
Oh, are we?
Thank you.
Are we?
Asked if someone was able to come in and listen and give us some advice. They're a lawyer, but they're pulling some documents, so I'll wait for them to say, "Hey, I'm here."
Wonderful.
Be a cap. Yes, but it's for the Benefold case, not for this case. Sorry.
Oh, well, still interesting stuff though.
Oh yeah, all these. You should have seen. I had the headband over my head this morning, and it was cute, but it kept moving around.
Your hair was really cute. It's really cute this morning. I like the hair tie this morning. My hair was just like too much craziness, so I just kind of had to put it up, and now it's still crazy, but I just need to throw on some eyeliner because I look like a ghost, and
Well,
then
Tell you,
I'll
darling,
look
you do have
a
gorgeous
little bit better. Thank you. It's
crazy or not.
it's wild, but it's its own entity. Yeah. Oh, holy crap, girl.
I would love my girlfriend. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she's a woman of color, and she goes, "Girl," I mean, my gosh, it is like I need to
Best
get
sound clip ever.
yeah, best sound clip ever.
Yeah.
Seriously, best sound clip ever. Oh, I got to tell you,
Because
I'm going to
yeah.
brag on myself. I asked this person who is a lawyer,
Mhm.
how am I doing with explaining things? Because I'm new to this.
Yeah.
I think you're doing amazing. The law isn't easy to explain or pick up, but you make it look easier, especially without a law background. I would have thought you at least already had your bachelor's in it.
Wonderful. How does that make you feel, Ada? You're just like, my dear. Yes.
How loud is that on your end?
Yes.
Is that too loud?
Nope, that's not too loud on my end. Mm-mm.
How about this?
Yeah, that's super loud. That's ghastly loud. But thankfully, I can't smell anything. So
Well, what I need
Yeah.
to do is when the live is over, go through each sound because some sounds are higher, louder, softer, and let me set the sound because they're all set at the same volume in the program. But I can go and thank you, Haley Mouse.
Thank you, Haley.
We go to EDB Law Nerd School. Duh. Yeah, that's pretty. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's motioned for new trial, motion to interview jurors, motion to disqualify judge. Holy filings for
Benefeld?
Ashley
Benefeld did?
filing email. Now comes a court notice that the attached emails was received. Dear Judge, my name is Adam. I've been trying to contact you for many months. I hope this finds you well. And this is in reference to Ashley Benefold's murder case trial. I have some details that may help you in the case, but I've come forward soon. I would have come forward soon, but I didn't know the trial was happening. I had to act
How did
out.
you not know the trial was happening? Sorry.
I don't know. Hold on. I'm reading.
Sorry.
In 2018-19, me and Ashley spoke on Facebook and Facebook Messenger, and I had a message at Ashley, and we had gone a long chat back and forth in many months getting to know each other. We shared our life's ups and downs. Ash had shared many things with me, and she expressed many times that she was unhappy and that she feared that he's, meaning Doug, was going to take her baby from her. Oh my God, this is going to be someone who doesn't know how to write. She shared with me that she kept following them and staying in his car watching them. This is all hearsay. She told me is hearsay. I said she had done anything to hurt Ashley in the past, and she said yes. We spoke for some months and questioned. She was very flirtatious and desperate to maintain contact. However, she didn't want to be apart. This keeping message to me, calling me Facebook, and permission to look chats between it. I, in fear of coming forward or being involved in her again, being of nature. Wait a minute. What? This doesn't make sense. Ass had shared, okay, she shared with me that he kept following them. Okay, I said, had she done anything to hurt Ashley in the past? That doesn't make sense. It should be he, not she. She said, yes, I don't think anything about guns or anything. She was going to carry out the murder. However, she asked me to harm Doug. Oh, and that she would be safe and that she would also said that we could be together. I stated, no way. That's crazy. He really doing to you for you to harm him. He goes, you as in the letter U, not Y-O-U. She always kept changing the subject around me, and in time she stated to me that never had $1 million in life insurance and also Army benefits that she would get each month. I do not know if this is true. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to do an emergency Ashley Benefold.
That's some stuff right there. That's some stuff right there.
Holy crap.
Yeah. I can't. So how many guys did she do that to?
I don't know. Don't have a clue.
Did they grab her Facebook records? Did they grab her? What else would they have grabbed? Did they grab her dating app records?
Neil G. Taylor in support of Miss Benefield's motion to disqualify Circuit Court Judge Stephen Wyatt. Okay, we will have to go through all this tonight. I can't get into this. Oh, schmackaroos. We got exhibitees. Motion.
And also,
judgment of
that might be hard to read at the end of the day because that's a lot of run-on sentences. So
that's the worst. Everything else is easy court docs. Then they're not huge.
Okay. That's good.
They're a boon. I read the whole document.
Okay.
Oh, because if I do it in the morning, everybody else has already done it.
Well, and I'm sorry I didn't wake up this morning because I wanted to be awake and like with it for the spiciness this morning. So
fired.
I missed it.
You're fired, girlfriend.
I know. I am fired. I am fired.
No, you're not.
Fired as soon as I came here.
Hey, Miss, how's my interpreter doing?
She's fine. She's playing a game.
Well, what are you doing? What are you doing when I'm sitting here watching? I'm like, this is not professional.
Sure, I'm professional. I'm as professional as they come.
Guys, I got to tell you, this woman is phenomenal. She's the one. She's very professional. I'm just giving her a hard time.
Of course, I'm hard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 what?
8 documents. I can't just spill the tea. It's too much.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's an entire live. So
we can't do that. I've already kind of gone through one document, but y'all,
teaser
is insane. So she's claiming, there's somebody claiming that she tried to have him ended. What word?
Dead.
Unalived.
Unalive. Yeah.
Unalive.
Unalive.
I don't understand why, if we're doing court, that we can't say that word. It is appropriate for the context and what we're using.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if it's like an adult channel, right? Like if it's not a children's channel. So it's a bit sad. Because
Miss K, I don't know where she is.
Yeah, I was wondering where she is. My son and his wife got back Monday evening from their 5-day vacation. All right, let's see. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5-day vacation. And he told me Tuesday, he says, okay, I got to work in them some money so I can have a vacation. Because they spent 5 days with both of their kids, morning, evening, and night.
I'm like,
yeah.
Oh dear.
was a stay-at-home mom. That was 24/7, 7 days a week. What are you talking
I
about?
did stay at
know what-
home mom 24/7, 7 days a week with 4 of them. And 3 of them were under the age of 5. It was a newborn, a 2-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
I have no sympathy. You created that situation, not me.
And you know what? It was very simple. You didn't run, jump, or scream in my house. You wanted to do that nonsense, you went outside. And you didn't come inside crying to me unless there was blood. And you had to work it out. Plain simple.
Old
Plain
school.
Hey, and my daughter, it is so funny because my daughter is the same way with hers. She's like, yeah, you don't bite, you don't yell, you don't scream. You have big feelings, that's fine. You can have big feelings. I don't let people bite you. You don't bite people. You don't call people names. I don't let people call you names. And I'm going, I hear myself in my daughter. She may be a therapist, but I hear myself in my daughter.
There's going to be a therapist too. We got a lot in common here, darling.
I tell you what, it's just the way that it goes. And now my son that doesn't have any kids, he's like, nope, I don't agree with how Mary does it. I'll lay hands on their bottom in a heartbeat. I'm like, well, if they need laying hands on their bottom, I'll lay hands on it, but I usually do it with a wooden spoon. Over the door. Over the
spank kids back in my day.
I used to have paint paddles over every door frame, so I didn't have to go hunt it up. I knew where it was. Kids couldn't reach. I'd reach up there, get that paint paddle, and swap them in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
And
well, we can't do that anymore.
I can for my grandchildren because my son has told me I can. Hey, you know what I tell them? I tell them it's like this, darling. If you want to tell somebody you don't like living here, then you go tell them. Because once you leave, you ain't coming back. And they're like, I said, I love you enough to tell you no. And they're like, I know, I'm bad.
Well,
putting on her eyes.
Huh?
She's putting on her eyes.
I wouldn't let my inside or outside. I told them screaming is only for emergencies, like someone trying to take you away.
Who is this man that looks like he's gonna murder somebody up there? That picture?
This is the victim in the suit. That's the victim.
That's the victim?
Yep. Okay, I got some news, y'all. Okay.
You got what?
Lawyer. Here's the lawyer's comment. Generally, you're allowed reasonable accommodation for expenses relating to their defense. It is not just pro se defendants, it's more indigent defendants. We just don't usually see it because it's an attorney submitting the bill and a motion for the approval. If the state has a psych expert, allow funds for a counter expert. Reasonable, but the judge decides what is reasonable.
But the judge also doesn't want a mistrial or any sort of grounds for. So I think he's trying to like juggle.
Line with her, but here's the thing: the state actually has experts that they have agreements with. If I'm understanding, let me ask that question. I asked the question, does the state have experts? Should have put do. I meant to do. Doesn't the state have experts that they have contracts with? Okay, thank you, Jedi. Oh, hi there. There you are. I see you now. So you can answer. Jedi Jess.
Thanks, Jedi Jess.
Have contracts with certain experts that they feel that is within the budget of that county court system, or do they hire just anybody? Because honestly, to me, Jedi Jess, $15,000, not including hotel, food, and travel expenses for court, is an exorbitant amount of money for them for a neuropsych. She wants a full psych exam done on her, review all this evidence. What is your thought on that? That I know. Look, we had expert witnesses in my ex-husband's case that were $2,500 to $5,000 an hour, depending on what they were experts on. But this just seems exorbitant for this late in the game. I understand she's pro se, but her attorneys, multiple, have tried to get the court to pay for some of these experts, and they declined it. I'll shut up now. God help me.
No, it makes sense.
I just don't. I don't understand why. Well, everybody has a right to a fair trial, but this case is as unique as they come.
Yeah,
we need you lighting.
I know. I have no lighting. It makes me look like crap. I don't have any ring lights. I have nothing like that.
Go to Hobby Lobby or somewhere and get one of those cheap ring lights. They're not expensive. If you can't afford it, let me know.
Oh, I will go and do something, because I know like 10 or 20 bucks is probably better than looking like this all day.
Exactly. The state sometimes has contracts, but usually they have a list of ones they regularly use. Fair enough. She's probably guessing at the amount, to be honest. It depends on why she wants it. Yeah. I think, and I said it when I read that document, that I think she is going down the rabbit trail of she wants to basically say I wasn't in my right mind. DV. He abused me, and I snapped. Alcohol in me, I snapped. But I don't believe that. I think this is very much thought through. Very, very, very thought through. If the state already did an eval, which I'm surprised they wouldn't have already, no argument as why she would need a second one, they'll deny it. I agree. Why would they need one? It's depending, I don't know, depending on state, but it's my understanding a lot of times when you get into a situation, well, that's after you've been found guilty. I'm sorry. I can't think of the name of it, but there's an evaluation they do after you were found guilty and go to the jail to help them decide on a sentencing. Oh gosh, that video is telling.
Yeah, like in normal circumstances, I would say one specialist or one, is enough, but she's a whole different kind of breed. I don't know. Well,
how much did I nail on that video about the paperwork? I told Broken Baker, and they said, no, it's not being held in her thing. I said, yes, those two boxes, because she said she made room for them. And I'm like, what? And the fact that...
And I thought that sounded crazy, but you were like, no, that's happening.
Joe, you remember that?
Yeah.
It is called a different thing in different states, but it's a part of the pre-sentencing report, right? They do an evaluation. They get their life story, their medical story. They talk to them and other people. They do this big old evaluation. And a lot of times a psych evaluation is definitely included depending on the charges and what's going on, if I'm correct, Jedi Jess. But it is insane that she was given an opportunity. If I was her, I know she doesn't want to go into solitary confinement, but they were not solitary confinement anymore. It was, she'd have her own cell. She'd be allowed to come and go. As they said, you will have your own normal schedule, but you can keep your documents in there. You neatly stack them and have privacy and have uninterrupted time to prepare for trial. You are not in solitary confinement. You will not be locked in there 23-1. So sitting here and she's talking about needing all this stuff with her. to me, it's insane. Why does she have the choice? The prison themselves can say, it correct me if I'm wrong, Jedi. The prison themselves can say, you're too much of a risk. We need to put you in this room. You having all of these documents and having everything here in this pod where everybody can get to it, it can cause a disruption. It can cause problems. She's got to be. Yeah, I think she's going for a psych defense, like I said. But if she doesn't tell the court that, they aren't going to grant it. Plus, she was intoxicated. It's going to be hard to prove it. Prove it was not that versus psych. You are so right, and that's one thing I said earlier. When you are under the influence of alcohol and acting like an idiot, but the rest of your life you're pretty coherent. You don't have a pattern of this behavior. You do not have any diagnoses. Does she have any psych diagnoses? None that we've heard of. If you're psych, if you have no, and I'm not saying people who have this are horrible, but you have schizophrenia, if you're schizoaffective, bipolar, and you have these acting out issues and whatever in the past, then that's more possible. I got to tell you, I worked up at the state hospital, and this particular state hospital only took people who were guilty by reason of insanity or could not withstand trial. And
I wonder if there is like a previous diagnosis because of like the medication that she mentioned when she did get arrested. But I have no clue what that would be because she didn't mention on the arrest video what the medication was.
And yeah, and I have been around enough people to be able to look at her because I worked at the state hospital. I can sit there and look at her and go, does she possibly have some stuff? Yeah, but I don't think enough for this path of being psych defense. Even then, not guilty by reason of insanity is ridiculously difficult. It is so hard.
Yeah, she doesn't have the course for an insanity defense.
She was insane at the time, and that is like 1 in millions. 1 in a million. I mean,
the insanity defense that she has is not the thing that she understands that she has.
And could she ask for a public defender at this point? Could she say, I'm over my head and I can't do this?
You know what? I think they would say no at this point, or I would hope they would say no at this point.
I would ask for uncivil law and see him squirm.
Oh, I would love that. Okay, so Ada, I was like, you know what? I would give money to uncivil law to see him litigate for her.
Me beyond belief right now, but I'd pay it to see that.
Oh yeah, no. Is there did any more come from that? I know that was kind of a joke, but I can totally see that happening because I don't know. I can see a love story happening. I don't know. Could be a love story in the making.
I only drink coffee and you're saying that and I'm trying not to.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that when you...
Really? No, not at this point. Already said no more public defenders. You're representing yourself or pay for. Yep, I agree 100%. But also an autopsy report reads like he'd been beaten inside the suitcase. Well, very well could have. She could have gone up there and kicked it and stepped on it and hopped on it and done whatever. But
I wonder if there was like a hockey stick or a cricket bat around.
You know,
doesn't need to be a baseball bat.
I don't know why. There must be dealing with something. So
yeah, something must be happening. I don't know. Maybe. Do you think that somehow he's taking a plea? Like they started this and he realized that he was super screwed and now he's like, they're in the middle of working out a plea? On day 2?
If I was her and I was in her shoes, knowing what little we know, I would be offering, I'll take a plea. This is what I'll take.
Oh, I meant Tellez.
5 years.
But I want her to take a plea, absolutely. But just because Tellez, how long has Tellez been on lunch? Have they been on a long lunch?
What? Court will resume at 4 p.m.
Yeah, see, that's what I was.
4 hours.
Wait, that's 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 1 p.m. my time.
No, 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's 3
So-
p.m. my time. Oh, whew,
So
good.
that's 1 p.m.
Minutes.
Pacific, right? So that still works. Sorry, for a second I thought, are they taking extra time to try and work out a plea for Tellez on day 2? But so I was just
I get my times mixed up. Okay, hold on. Yes, my dear.
I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Go get a cup of coffee. So the state does not have to make a plea deal. Exactly. They don't have to do anything. And they can say, you know what? You can either plead guilty, it's all or nothing. They can definitely do that. And I would, if I was the state, I'd say, no, I want to watch this rodeo.
You know what? If the people of the state have paid to see a show, you might as well give it to them.
Pay that kind of money. Let's see the show. This is going to be good.
Like, I hate to say that. Like, I don't want to say that because that's disrespectful to the family. But in terms of finding out what really went on, and in terms of actually getting the truth out for the family, that is how you're going to get it out. But in terms of getting the taxpayers' money, that is also how you're going to do it.
So, Jedi Jess, would you ever consider coming on the panel live like this if I do a panel night? Love to have
Jedi Jess.
that
That would be lovely.
Thinking about doing the day that this court verdict is reached, I want to do a panel. And Maud, you better be ready. I'll be busy. But I'd love to have you on a panel. And anytime you want to hop in and say your 2 cents worth, just let me know. I'll send you the link in Discord. Just give me a heads up. Say, hey, let me in. Let me
That's
in.
something to say.
Have you reached out to Miss Kevin?
Me today? Or Mr. Jedi Jess?
Miss Cat, you?
Not today. Was I supposed to reach out to her today? Should I reach out to her today?
Hold on. Contact her again and tell her your friend is $50 an hour. Your friend is not free.
Oh.
And I'm not required to interpret for you because I'm your friend. And let her know if they do not provide an interpreter that you will be contacting the right attorneys with the state of Texas for the disabled. Let me know what they say then. Oh my gosh, this is horrible. I have a deaf woman that needs to attend a city hall commissioners meeting, and she requested an interpreter. They called to let her know. They said no, and that the attorney, and the woman is an attorney, and she said, bring your friend. I am not freaking free. You can't sit here. Oh, girl, I got a phone call to make later. I love it when public meetings like that, a reasonable accommodation, and this city receives government funding by federal law. They have to provide an interpreter for her. And if they don't, she can sue the hell out of them, and I'll help her do it.
Yeah, and they just expect that she's going to bring along someone to, oh, cute. Like, that's
Sounds great, Jedi. I do my Saturday night spilling the teas at 7 p.m. Central. And then we once a month have a members only live. Oh, she fell asleep. Okay, Miss Kevin. We were just making sure you're okay because we know sometimes things can happen with children, like an emergency room visit or something. So, I'm not a City Hall fan either, but she's got to bring them. She's bringing emotion or something. Something's going on. So I'll get a hold of her later. But I think that well, I know I'm an ADA law specialist, deaf support specialist. It is illegal for them to demand that she bring her own interpreter, and it's illegal for them to tell her to bring a friend. Because do you know what? Under the ADA law, it says qualified. But a lot of agencies and places want certified. And I refuse to be certified by the state. I'm going for my national. So they can't do that.
Mhm.
She can say she's
Yeah,
qualified, but not certified. So anyway. Okay.
don't you just love it when that happens? Ain't that cute?
And of course, if the meeting's tonight, I'm going to be upset because August 12th, that's already happened, isn't it? She probably means September. Well,
Yeah.
I have time to work on it. They probably never needed it before or did the same. Yeah. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell her, give me the ladies. Well, in a little bit, I'll deal with it later. I'll call up there them myself and let them know that I have the state attorney for the ADA law, ADA compliance, whatever, on my speed dial. And either they provide an interpreter or I sick the ADA lawyers on them and a lawsuit will be filed in 24 hours. That sometimes gets people attention. See, this is the only reason why I consider being a lawyer. I have thought about going to law school now. I thought it was funny in my college. First of all, let me explain. I have an associate's degree in deaf support specialist with a focus in interpreting. And I'm going to school for a criminal justice. Okay. But when I mentioned to them that might consider going into law, she goes, "Oh, honey, law school's hard to get into. And they may not accept you with your educational background." Look, I'm 53 right now. I'll be 54, 55 when I graduate this program. And so don't talk to me like a little kid. You don't have a right to discourage me in any way, shape, or form. I understand law school can be hard to get into. But people told me that I can't do a lot of things, and I'm far. So you can ask my interpreter here.
And you did them.
You know, don't tell Ada can't do something because Ada will snowball you and plow you over showing you. You need a bachelor's degree. Past that, they don't care as much about that, what your background is. I just have to be able to pass the LSAT, right? I'll
Pretty much. Mm-hmm. As long as you can pass the LSAT. And you know what? I think there was like a really exceptional young person that was like 20 here in BC that didn't have an undergrad degree, but just had like maybe an associate degree, like 2 years, and just had like a lot of community service and stuff throughout their like teenage years. And they ended up getting into law school at like 20. It was insane. Good for them. Like, unheard of, but wow.
I wish it would go away here. I'd love to go straight into law school. And here's the thing. Any college that I go to that's a state-funded school, a state, is free.
Oh,
Whoa.
Well, I'm 69. Anything's free for me nowadays.
Yep.
I'm not looking for 69. I'm beautiful.
You look fabulous for 69, my dear. No, you really do. But it's because of my deafness. They have a deaf-blind wager. Now, you have to be medically, it's not easy to get. You have,
yeah.
So, oh, lawyer whose undergrad is in sports something.
See, there you go. Like, it doesn't really matter as long as I think you can prove that you're like steadfast, which you are.
But the problem is this. Deaf people normally don't have money to pay for lawyers, neither do other disabled people, and those are the people I want to represent. So if I can get this channel running like Ian would like to do and can be supported by my channel, then I would represent them for free.
Yeah.
That is why I want to have my psychology license, because deaf people don't have the money to pay for psychologists.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see. But I really appreciate your love and support, Jedi Jess, and the documents and all the kind comments and your words. So we'll get you in on the panel sometime in the future. And I'd love to have some of our guests on panels and some of our memberships on panels. I mean, I think it's great. We all get to share our experience and everything.
Ah, y'all want to see somebody cute? Come around here.
sure.
Oh,
I'll
Lord.
show y'all a handsome somebody. You got to scooch down here by me. Got to scooch up. Say hi. Ain't he cute?
Hi.
This is my baby.
Hello,
That's
Nice to meet
AJ.
you.
ADK,
And this is
BDK.
Sneak. Yeah.
No.
this is
I'm the lady. Yeah. I'm the lady that's always around. Yeah.
She's she's called her name is really Sneaky.
All right, honey. I love you. Thank you for cutting grass this morning.
My name is Sneaky Pants.
Tell him I said thank you.
Sneaky Pants.
Love you, darling.
Outside, and all
Huh?
she will be.
No, they're hanging up. She's the one that hung up. Tell her she drove, not me.
Okay, I'm going to mute. The LSAT is also an awful predictor of if someone will be successful in law school. Ivy Leagues needing like 170 to get in, application full. I'm not looking to get in an Ivy League. I could care less where the law degree comes from. I'm not looking to work for an Ivy League only admitting a law firm.
Yeah.
I
It's
Squire at the end of my name, and I can tell people to shove it when I go to them and say, under the ADA law, I want to be an ADA law specialist.
well, and it's funny because the medical students have to write the MCATs to get into medical school, and a lot of times that's not the greatest predictor of who's going to be a great doctor either, because one of my friends was trying to get into medical school, and she had a bachelor's degree in kinesiology, and she was really, really smart, so she knew a whole lot about the body, and she just barely didn't pass, but she had tried to study like within a really short time frame, but she ended up getting her PhD in epidemiology, so she studies the history or the cause or root of diseases, and she studies tuberculosis. And so she kind of goes all over the world sometimes. And so she ended up doing something really great anyway, but it's kind of sad because she would have been a really great doctor.
Well, guess what? I bet I could run circles around Morrissey. And she doesn't want, hey, I'll stomp that attitude right out. Let's see.
You have
Also,
ethics.
an intellectual property attorney, your undergrad has to be in science. That's the only limiter I know. Okay.
Whoa. Really, Jedi Jess? Jedi Jess, do you know exactly why that is? Intellectual property? Is that because you need to have science to understand some of the intellectual property rights
I think
for the
ones-
patents?
probably. That's
Wow.
cool. Well, okay, I don't feel so bad about having a goal like that and people kind of thinking that that's a ridiculous goal.
Yeah, that's. Oh no, it's not. It's like it's a great goal, and it's just it's like people people do get into law school with all sorts of different degrees. And so when people say like, oh, you can't get into law school with that, I would just be like, I don't
Yeah,
think so. Like,
you can do that.
so
Thing is, I'm legally deaf, so there's only one lawyer in Texas that knows sign language, and she's not deaf.
mhm. You would be a huge asset. You would be a huge asset.
Actually, the state of Texas has a team of lawyers. All they do is work with disability complaints against organizations like the city town hall and educational systems not providing accommodations. And basically, you get paid big bucks to go and fight the ADA situations and the BS. By the way, here's a fun fact that most of you don't know. I got my service dog 2 years this December. Well, that very same year, let's see. So this is what, 24, 22, December 22. In 23, while I was going through the interview process, I talked to the owner of the service dog organization, who's a retired attorney. And she likes the 4-leggeds better than the 2. And I said, okay. But I told her one day I wanted to be able to increase the law penalties for faking a service dog, because in the state of Texas, faking a service dog is a fine punishable up to $300. That was it. I said, that ain't enough, because a guy one time told me he had his dog barking at my dog, that $300. Okay, here you go. I could care less. I got a lot more where that came from. Move out of my way. He didn't give it to me. He was just saying he'd pay it. So to her, and she connected me with the right people, and I went and testified in front of the House committee, and we then went before the Senate, and we got a law passed. I got a law passed in the state of Texas. It is now $1,000 fine for faking a service dog and 30 hours of community service with an organization that services disabled. You cannot go do it at a county fair. You have to work with an organization that services the disabled, so you understand why what you're doing is so bad. It's called Service Dogs Inc.
That's awesome. You get some education for some people who greatly need it.
There's a student in the year behind me in law school who was blind and had a service dog. They have to make accommodations. They do. And I will have those accommodations when I go to college and law school. Now, I'm doing all of my college classes right now via internet. I wish I could go to law school via internet.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's possible. But Service Dogs Inc. or .org, maybe .org. Let me see. It is .org. I apologize. They are in Texas, and they are absolutely phenomenal. Here's the correct one. There you go. That is the correct. This is wrong, so I'm going to remove it. Delete the comment. Okay. That's where she came from. There used to be a hearing dog in Denver, Colorado many years ago. Mm-hmm. So this lab that you see running around, and sometimes that's my ears. So sometimes she's poking me and telling me stuff's going on outside the door.
Yeah.
Diana got to experience my little girl at conference.
Yes, I did. I remember when you got her.
And
I remember when you got her.
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just letting you know I turned your mic on. I was so nervous with her because I didn't take her into the conference area where we were much because the music was so loud. And I got to protect her ears. And then she came with me on the last day after the music stopped. Margie took her out in the hall, and she just sat at my feet while I interpreted, and it was great. She's fabulous. She's a good girl.
Yep.
I can't imagine life without her. She saved me from getting hit by a bus in Washington.
Wow.
Good girl.
Yeah. Excellent girl.
Leads and harness.
That day.
Haley Mouse, stick me on her. You know how many people? Oh, that's what pisses me off, because what happens is when they go out in public, those dogs are not trained to ignore other dogs. They're not trained to ignore certain situations. They're not trained for a lot of things. And when they get into an environment, some people think the dog is excited. No, it's anxious because it's uncomfortable, because it's in a situation it's not prepared or ready for. And then they see another dog and all hell breaks loose because they go over and start barking and yipping or attacking. I've had it happen. Dogs have, all right, my dog was born in a training facility for dogs for the blind. She was a beautiful, fabulous guide dog for the blind. But when they paired her up, they discovered she hates water. She would go around the puddles and not walk through the puddles. So they were like, okay, can't do that. But in her, they found out she was even better with sound. So they sent her to Texas and they trained her for my sound. A hearing dog, fully trained, which she was, is $80,000.
Yeah.
$30,000 to train her for my ears. That's a $110,000 dog. The emotional dog, service dog. Well, they're not service dogs. Swan, they're not even a service dog. An emotional support animal is not a service animal at all. They're not trained to provide a task to mitigate a disability. Period. So the dog cannot be brought in public. Emotional support animal is to be in a home or an apartment only. Hey, hold on, guys. Come on in.
What's he doing?
I'm on live. Come on over. They can't see you over here. Oh my gosh, those are beautiful.
I know, aren't they? And I thought of you. I was like,
Oh, look what he brought me, guys. Aren't they?
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
They're beautiful. We're waiting. We have a court coming in a minute. We're doing court today. Court all week. How are you doing?
good. How are you?
I'm going to mute for a second. Y'all talk.
All right. So Jedi Jess, thank you for your information. We really appreciate that. We always appreciate people sharing their information with us. And ADHD Jelly Bean, thank you for liking my cup. If I do figure out where it's from, I'll let you know. How is everybody doing today? What you guys doing? Let's take a temperature reading. How you guys? Oh, looks like we might have something going on in court here. We could be starting up again. Oh, we might be starting up again. So, everybody, if you are still awake and we have a temperature reading, let us know if you are having a good day. And also, we will be getting back to court very shortly because we can now see the seal of Nevada. So, yes. Miss Diane, are you knitting?
No, I am playing a game. I have to get to, let's see, I have 8 more cents. And unless they're lying to me, then I can cash up.
Well, that's good. I will not disturb you anymore. You get those 8 cents.
No problem. It's no problem. Because now they're paying me by the, let's see, by the like tenth of a penny.
Are you on Temu playing with fish?
No.
Oh,
I'm on, what am I on? I'm on something else.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you're just having fun with it, and hopefully you do get those 8
Well,
cents. And they're not lying to you.
It's like this. Margie plays puzzles and colors. Me, I'm like, if I'm going to sit and play something, who knows? They may pay me. Maybe. Maybe.
Okay,
You
guys,
know.
thank you so much. Let's see. One of our first talkers was a PAT, pet therapy. This is true. Pet therapy dogs, they can go to certain places that allow them, hospitals and things, but they're still not a service animal. That is also a misconception. Yes, dear.
Yeah, because Lady Bell is an emotional pet. But when I take her on a plane, I have to pay.
So anyway, so yes, but people just really abuse the system. I showed this for somebody. They asked to see it, so let me put everything back the way we were. Okay, Miss Diane, let me get you back on top here. Oh, thank you.
More or less, you are a lovely, lovely person.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Swan, you got the membership. Morales.
Yay.
In case
Oh, is it pronounced Morales? I might be saying it wrong. I'm so sorry.
Jedi
But
will be mailing you this. I need you in Discord to put your address and all that information for me. And see Morales, I'll get that mailed off too soon. Oh, that is so awesome.
wonderful. Thank you.
That is awesome, y'all. Well, I thought they were coming back.
They lied.
Love y'all.
They just lied.
C. Morales, have I been saying your name wrong all this time?
What were you saying?
I was saying more or less.
Morales.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, Morales. I'm really, really sorry.
Or, it is more of a Hispanic. It's okay. Yay, you're green. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. I love the way this community supports each other. No, he's not my boyfriend, y'all.
No, he's
And
not.
see, it's funny because you guys would understand like the Spanish names, whereas I would look that and go Morale because I would go French.
Well,
because that is our second language.
And you're welcome here anytime. I really do appreciate your insight and your support and kindness. And it's people like you that make me want to get up and do this every day. All of y'all, really, everybody in this community. No longer gray. That's so awesome. Okay.
Are you ready for this little piece of news? I was talking to my daughter. They have already had termination dust in Alaska. Do you know what that is? They're already starting to see the snow in the higher mountains in Alaska. She goes,
yeah.
She goes, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or the winters are getting faster or the summers are getting shorter or if it's all of it. She goes, but it's too soon.
I sent you a text.
Hello, Braxton.
Hello, Braxton.
Braxton.
How's my life?
It actually looks good. I was going to tell you that.
I rearranged my office.
Huh?
I rearranged my office.
The light looks really good. By the way, I have work. I know you do, babe. I just wanted you to have a timestamp. A lot of people, I dated a guy named, last name Gutierrez, and it's Ierrez. And people will go Gutierrez, Gutierrez.
I wouldn't be that bad, but I'm still gonna have like a a hard time with names. I have a hard time with names.
More.
So, guys, if I'm saying your name wrong, can you please let me know so I can try and figure it out?
Brax, I know
Thank
you're
you.
beloved. I just wanted you to see the timestamp. That's all. Because that way you know when the problem was happening. But anyway, the guy that came over here, I've known him for years. He's a church friend. And he runs a bunch of Airbnbs. And I mean, he manages, and they're really high end Airbnbs. They have high owners. And when people leave things and they don't claim them after, I think, 60 days or 90 days, they can, whoever finds it keeps it. Well, he thought I might like these earrings because I'm Native American.
They're lovely.
I have some that look kind of like that, but they're kind of a copper color.
These are not
Might pull
necessarily,
them out later.
they are pretty. So I'll wear them.
I like turquoise and bling.
I have not worn my turquoise in a long time, have I, Miss Diane?
Nope.
Turquoise
no,
is beautiful. You should wear the turquoise.
Yeah, I like bling. If
At
it
some
doesn't
point
sparkle,
soon.
throw it away. My philosophy.
So my turquoise, last time I wore it, somebody said it was a little too much and distracting. I'm like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, I know.
It's the blossom, the rings, the earrings, it's big. Bracelets, like, huge.
Yeah.
Whenever you want, love, whenever you want, no big deal. So the bracelets are huge. The bracelet is heavy. Miss Di saw it.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Just beautiful.
Yippers. I thought we had court coming in 15 minutes ago.
They lied. Somebody needs to put them all in jail. They lied.
Let me see if my daughter will not get mad at me for doing this.
Has she gone to college yet?
Nope, she goes around the 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah, your house is gonna be quiet. Parvovirus B19 on the rise.
My turquoise necklace and bracelets.
Mom, really?
Yeah, please. Please.
No.
Please.
No.
I guess that's a no. So anyway, but she goes back then, and I think we start the 27th of August, I think is my classes start. And
I
then
gotta get mine set up.
then the second week or the third week of September, I start teaching my ASL 1 class at the community center, one night a week. And that will go through Thanksgiving. So there you go.
Yeah.
See. What is going on with the Robert? I'm reading some of the comments. So Squeak. Squeaky. Oh, I want comment. I want the documents.
Oh, they're pretty.
I'm looking at some of this. Oh, they're having some fun about some of the communication. Motion. Oh, we already have these documents. Okay, we're good.
Good to know.
Drive. I'm going to save that down there so I can do that later. It has just been crazy with the documents and everything going on with both the Boone case, and now we are getting a bunch of stuff. I thought we were kind of done with the Black Swan. I just removed her logo from my thing today.
Are we not done?
Oh, Black Swan? Are you kidding? Seven documents were filed. They're requesting. Oh my gosh, are they requesting? I'll pull it up and tell you what they're requesting. Here. Okay. Notice of filing of email affidavit to Judge Neil Taylor exhibit, but they're motioning for a judgment of acquittal. They're motioning to interview jurors, motion to disqualify judge, motion to remove the judge from the bench, all in the Benefield trial.
Why do they want to remove it?
Because he didn't run a fair courtroom in their eyes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she has a right to, I mean, they do have a right. They do have a right, y'all.
Okay. She was the Black Swan because they said she did what?
She was the ballerina, and you know, Black Swan is a ballet, and it ends in death, I believe, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, but
She's a ballerina who killed her estranged husband.
Right, because
little girl, you interpreted that.
Yeah. He wouldn't let her out of the bedroom or something, and she shot him. Right?
Yep.
Okay, I remember now. After a while, they all run together.
Somebody on the other stream said that they remember using the old Ringer washing machines. Oh, were placed out in the middle of nowhere. I've done that.
My grandma had that, and it was outside.
Yep, I did too. On the back porch.
Yep, hers was in the yard.
Well, when I say back porch, you had the back porch, and then it was there on the dirt, and the hose was right there near it. We used to disconnect the hose and drink out of the hose.
Oh, yeah.
Boone was going crazy after the trial with all of her motions that she will be submitting. No, she's really trying to overturn the verdict. Yep.
Well, they wanted to put her in jail for what, 30 years?
I don't know. She could get potentially life.
That's a lot of...
There better be a good reason for this delay. They had me fooled after yesterday of being so smooth. Well, that is true. But I will be honest, we're not used to a defendant being pro se. And so there's a lot of things oh, no, wrong case. I'm sorry. Different case. Yeah, what the heck is going on in this case? Maybe they have a problem with a juror. Maybe a juror left for lunch and had car trouble and couldn't get back.
Yeah.
I will say at least we have a pretty seal to look at.
Yeah.
Better than that dang ceiling fan.
You think?
Yep. Everyone's going nuts. I love it. I love it. Guys, we got this information from Jedi Jess. Thank you so much again. And now everybody else is getting it. And Squeegee of Justice and all them are talking about it over in court trial. And they finally, oh my gosh, they got up to, oh my God, they get 1,340 subscribers. Yay! Remember when they were babies and they only had less than 100. Oh, I am so happy for them. Let me tell them. I know I made a big noise and you came to check me out. Go lay down, place. So, yes, place. They're creeping up on me, guys. I need to get more subs. We need to grow this channel some more. Way better than the only. So, just so you know, you missed it. I'm excited for Trial Live TV here. Trial TV Live, excuse me. They are up to 1,030. Well, it was 34, but 1,300 and something subscribers.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just sent them a shout out.
Fantastic. Wanted to show you my earrings that look like yours that you just got, Ada.
They do. Oh, those are pretty. I love them.
Yeah, they're very nice. And then I also wanted to show you my beaded ones. I was showing with everyone earlier.
I've made those. Those are fun.
Mm-hmm. So did you just say Sneaky Side of Justice? Because that would have been awesome.
Oh, Ouija of Justice. Yeah, I like Sneaky Side of Justice. Yep.
That's amazing. That could be a band name.
Can you take that and can you change your name? Because I did.
I would be stealing Justice's amazing name though, but that's amazing. That's amazing. So I just wanted to make you aware of your awesomeness, Ada. So
I'm not that awesome.
No, I really enjoy it. I just enjoy being here. I think it's fun.
Yeah. And I'm not having to stand and push and pull and pick up and twist.
Oh, speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Y'all will have to let me know how my sound is because yesterday it was too loud for the court and all that kind of good stuff. So let's do a little bit of a sound check when they start up. Okay. You need to let me know, Sneaky, at any time when the sound is off. You need to let me know. Just type it in the comments or wave at
Will
me.
do. Yep.
And just do air for down, and
Will do.
Screen, whatever. We'll figure it out.
Yes. Trial TV Live is such a great channel. Thank you very much. And I don't know if I'm able to do this, but maybe it's C. Morales Day on the Ada channel.
We need to get this guy's name.
Explain to the jury what you do for a living.
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
We need to look back.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Number 9.
My name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much.
Medical
If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school,
I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of
This is going to
tampering with
be
the seal in any way?
very interesting.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tow tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened, the internal organs are taken out, they are evaluated as well as weighed, again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at it under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
And so that was done in this case.
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203. Correct. May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take the moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular.
I'm going to pause real quick. Ronnie, go into the Discord. And I don't know if you can access, I don't think you can access my private chat. But under Discord messages, I'm a No Jedi. 92 Jess has given us most of the documents. But if you can find something that was today from today's court, great. Otherwise, we're good. Thank you, love.
Thank you very much. This time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay. I think it's pronounced German, but that's
apologize.
Okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. German?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1. Just read silently here, these 2 lines here, and let me know if it refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you, how old was Mr. German at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. German's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay. Let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Dermott, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take a mouse and maybe.
Are y'all struggling to hear the witness? Because I have it gained up 100%. I'm going to go to a different feed, put captioning up. It might be. This is a different feed.
You know?
Is that better?
That seems a little bit too much, but how about that? Seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And I can zoom in too. So why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
Point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo.
I can't gain it anymore.
If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry.
Let's
Let's talk.
talking.
Oh, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republished in 198.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that
I'm
here
going
in
to go
this
to your
photograph?
private chat and Discord.
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. Right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it. And then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, you can try. That seems a little bit too much, but how about
Braxton, I've turned mine down. Is this better?
Yes.
okay. And I can zoom in too. So why don't
I'm gonna take a pause. I have turned myself down. I need you guys to let me know if this is better. If not, I'll go down even more. Now, right here, I can't go any lower. This court feed is so hard to gauge. Right now, I'm on number 2 out of 11, and normally I'm on number 5 or 6. If vibrates your nose. Oh my God. I apologize, guys. See, it's so hard with these court feeds. That's why I need the switcher. Here, I'll have it.
So can you, another injury was noted on the left.
Yes, it's going to be right.
Let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, it appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of the neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back,
Okay. Anterior means what?
the front,
And lateral means what?
on the side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What?
Y'all don't hesitate. Don't let it go on all day. If it is too loud, let me know and I'll adjust it to the best of my abilities.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's.
But I can't hear that. My hearing aids are at 100% all the time and I barely hear anything. Barely hear it. I'm explaining.
Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, no, I can do 2. I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Garman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Let me publish 196. Is this a better view?
Yes.
Of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply of the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
what sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes,
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, or sorry, atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you know that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Garman?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
If that portion of that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Garman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. Republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues, as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the hilum of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incise wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
If you wanted.
Yes.
Okay. Page 3.
Diane, if you are done for the day, it's okay. But if you want to stay, it's okay.
Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Garman's torso?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay. But Doc, let me just approach I just want to make sure I'm getting the numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears on the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that separates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back.
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there injuries here that you know?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could you circle where those are?
We have one here and one here.
Publishing 192. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the posterior or back portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well. Here and then here as well.
That last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits the, I'm gonna butcher that, I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
Correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these 2 up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right. Publishing 190. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Garman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side of that was for your investigation or your examination, Mr. Garman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or a scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Garman's hands. I'm going to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any where you see injuries on Mr. Garman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well, so it's slightly overexposed.
But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, seems to be kind of near the right index finger, a laceration. She's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203. Is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There is an incise wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you know here?
And then again, there is an incise wound to the forearm.
Okay. Could you circle it for us? In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dermott's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about. Okay. When you concluded your examination, did you make a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey German?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in these terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Yes, thank you. Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
Did you
I did the math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning that appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying?
Okay, sneaky side. We'll take a short stop. Are you getting feedback? I'm not.
Every so often, I was just getting feedback coming in, and it was just the odd blip or two. And so I didn't know why it was happening. So I just wanted to ask if it was happening to anyone else, because it had been going on for a couple of minutes.
Let's see.
Since before Diane went away.
Okay, let's see. That could have been coming from her side if the mic was on. So are you hearing me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I'm sorry, I'm still, my ears are having trouble today, so I am having a hard time with the tinnitus. So.
Know what I'm talking about. We're fine. It's just I can't hear myself at all.
Oh yeah, I can hear you good. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep signing. and we'll move forward. But if anybody else has problems, no, but I do have the cancellation on. So it should
Okay.
be my end.
It could be my end too. So thank you. Anyway, just wanted to check.
You're good.
Position,
No.
but assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. German was standing. Fair to say?
I would not.
Sorry?
Testimony then.
As soon as we started the feed up, it started again. So it's coming from the court. And as soon as I said that, Braxton said it's the court.
Received a
Sorry.
fatal cut
Figured it out. Thanks.
and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes.
near the heart,
Yes.
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. German would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound. Yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where there are not a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
Small amount. So it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct?
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incised wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No.
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
The deepest wound, I believe, was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or trajectory?
Could you repeat the question? again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And then you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion.
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was the blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. The bleeding caused by these wounds.
That is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
That would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there is a member of law enforcement present as well.
And you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is in my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that, and I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands?
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck, yes.
Okay. could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay, but let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay, there's literally a stab wound that pierces his heart,
Correct.
and then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay, so there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Just briefly. In regards to the inside, stab length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade, again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Should take place.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and your excuse for your subpoena.
Okay.
For being
We're
here.
probably gonna have another break in a minute. This is interesting. I've never.
I
had
agree.
know some of that information by heart, but then again, they have hundreds of cases, and she. But the wound, that's violence. That's personal. That's not a robbing. That the type of wounds he had were those of somebody who's very personal. You might want to go ahead and type it up. State Direct number 10.
Okay.
How was your day?
Yeah, Braxton, how was your day?
Yes, we do.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning. How are you employed? As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives. And our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram. And at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay. When you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day. And for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is. But can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay. And when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I will get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there. So we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if you were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
the condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay. And that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recall an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clipping would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Droskowitz. So Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162.
Braxton, are you hearing noise from my side?
Can you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please? Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. It's all good. Now, how is mine?
Great.
Yours is great.
Okay, cool.
By the way, Trial TV Live, is there something that you think I
Do
need to
do those appear to be just
Sum it
a
up.
portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Harriman and some of his clothing? Yes. State moves to admit 162 to 176. And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187. May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you.
While they have a quiet.
I'm putting it on the overhead what's been admitted as states 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe the
I'm going to pause here. Trial TV Live, the problem we're having is the trial feed is so much softer than me. I am on level 2. If you know what a Rodecaster Pro 2 is, I'm on the second button at this volume. And I am gained 100% for the feed to get it to the volume that you're hearing, just so you know. But thank you Denise, for the input. I appreciate it. Really, I do.
the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken?
Yes.
Both hands. This is stage 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Garman.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
And putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys, is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay, and you photograph that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you states 171. Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. Stage 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. German's shoes?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
And states 176 appear to be the backs of the shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
And I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, state 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him.
That is correct.
And states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger?
Yes.
Did you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184. And that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed?
That is correct.
And this is states 186. A little bit closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
That is a pretty gnarly finger.
With the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any sense of urgency or do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes,
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you in court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to launch that with the court. Defense Exhibit A. Great. Thank you. Do you want to have it open now? Or? We end up addressing that late. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state pleasure. Absolutely. Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now.
Jackson, can you hear me?
You're really quiet now.
How about this?
Okay, that's better.
That's better.
Yes.
Go louder.
You sound clearer.
Okay, listen to this. We're gonna run this for a second while she's putting her gloves on. How would
Yeah.
go? I sound sharper, clear, less muffled.
Yeah. I think you're right about the switcher. Because I think you're getting feedback in the Rodecaster from your mic and the video.
But it's canceled. I shouldn't be. I've never had feedback.
I think it's because of how gained up the video is. It's causing issues.
Well,
Because
hold
we
on.
usually don't have stuff this high.
No, we don't. Let me go and I'm gonna gain the video back down a little. Okay. The video is going down a little bit. Let me know. So it does sound better. Good, because I can't hear. Is it a comfortable volume right here? Okay.
Yeah. Your mic is fighting with the video.
Well, I asked RA, and he goes, "My mic is better than his. It's a good mic. It's the Shure mic." But
It's not the mic that's causing the issue.
okay.
It's either software or hardware. Somewhere, the two audio streams are fighting and interfering with each other because of how loud the video is.
Well, I turned the video down, so
Okay.
Right now they're not talking very much or very loud, and I can't tell. So you'll have to tell me because I gained my hearing aids up until they would bleed your ears. Well, I didn't know it sounded that bad. Wow, I'm so sorry, guys. Part of growing.
Yeah.
See, to me, you sound loud, but not in a bad way. I can hear
Yeah.
you. We question everybody else. Sneaky, is he loud to you?
Sneaky, you're muted.
You're muted.
Braxton is a tiny bit loud.
Down. Sneaky down.
Braxton is a tiny bit loud.
Me too.
Is that better?
I really hate when they show the clothing, but they have to. So we're just going to use this time to kind of manipulate things a little bit.
Hello.
I did get a complaint.
Hello, can you hear me now?
You're loud. To
I'm
me.
loud right now.
Is she loud, Braxton?
No, thank you very much.
Yes.
You photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm loud right now.
Taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were
That's
taken
how
pursuant to
soft
it.
we have this video.
that is correct.
Okay, I got to gain it up.
No, I did not.
Turning your attention.
Video has to be highly gained.
The photographs shown in view of Mr. Tellis.
Can you all hear it now?
We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, right?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face.
Not in this photo, just the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
That's a gnarly cut on his finger.
Same question.
Like it
State's
slid on
Exhibit
the knife.
178.
Ooh.
That is correct.
And painful.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Same question. No injuries, neck, arms.
And is it that? Because that's my lowest volume.
And State's Exhibit
I'll let Braxton help you.
181.
Braxton,
Hello. How's
And the
mine?
photograph, shirts off.
yours is still a little bit high, but it's much better.
Shirt off as well.
I'm speaking softly and my mic is at the lowest
Not been
volume.
asked any testimony concerning those photographs today.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
Do you recall what photographs?
I'm
on those
putting
photographs
stuff
showed
down
the
in
shirt
two
was
different
closed
places.
button? Rest of his body.
I do not.
Then we're gonna have to turn this all back up
I did take
for when we do anything different.
You can approach the bench, please.
Sorry, everyone.
It's okay. It's a part of figuring things out and us learning and growing. At least we want to work on it and get it to the best ability and not just sit there and let it drive everybody crazy. But I've had people say I was too loud. And I'm like, y'all need to tell me. It won't offend me if you're nice about it. I'll
Yeah.
try to fix it. You don't sit there and let it go and then complain and stop watching.
That's fine. Fair to say there were photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tellis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, thank you. Miss Manny, if you can wait on break so we can sign over TNSC.
Okay. This time, we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right. For next adjourned, please, sure.
Okay, we have a 15-minute break. Let's see if we can kind of figure out more of this audio if possible. I don't mean to cause any problems, but I'd rather try to use this time to figure it out.
For sure. Is that super loud?
You were coming across super loud now on my end.
Sneaky, where are you bringing yourself down?
I'm bringing myself down on my mic. Like on my actual mic, there's like a knob on the bottom to set me down like the lowest
Go
possible.
into StreamYard settings. Put yourself way down. And then slowly bring yourself up.
Braxton, you go to work at 9:56? Why?
Oh, well, so I have an overnight tonight. So I got off kind of at about 3:30. I'm gonna take a nap and go work all night. I'm exhausted already. I didn't sleep much last night. So
No.
Ooh, much better.
Will
Much
you
better?
will you be working tomorrow day?
No, I have tomorrow off.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I can't hear myself. Do we sound balanced? Everybody, Miss Kevin, whoever else is watching, we do want your input, please. We're balanced. Who's loud? Who's soft? So we can get this more comfortable for you.
Yeah. Now I'm getting. Am I hearing feedback after I talk? Okay, now you're too quiet, Sneaky. Ada, you're not on stage. You know?
Why was I taken off stage? That's weird.
You took yourself off stage.
All right. Is that better? Is that too much again?
I don't hear you. I just have the vibration. It is strong.
Gotcha.
But if everybody else is happy, that's fine.
Braxton, too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay, Trial
So-
Live, you going to reboot or you already on the new feed?
Interesting.
Oh,
We'll find out.
It works.
like
Okay, well, let's do that then. And hopefully I don't blow Ada's ears out.
so everyone, you're gonna want to turn down your volume.
I'll
like
gain
a lot.
Everybody turn down your volume.
Because right now you've turned it up for really high to hear everything. When the stream comes back,
It's gonna pop in.
Okay, guys, I turned the gain down to half, which is where I always keep it. It gains to 24, 0 to 24. I have it at 12. So we can always go up or down a little bit once the feed is fixed. But it's not Trial TV's fault, but the live feed has been really hard on this trial.
Yeah.
Trial TV doll.
Yeah, they are. They're awesome.
I'm still too loud, people. Please tell me.
Well, yeah. Other trials, depending on the court quality of their feeds and their system, we don't have this kind of trouble.
We love you too. All of the love, all the time. Thanks for always jumping into our chat to say hi.
Making dinner arrangements. I was wondering if it was my fan causing some problem. I'm turning the fan on now. It's too dang hot. I can move the mic and the fan, but I need air circulation. This room is little. And this computer, as Braxton knows,
Yeah, Braxton, for sure.
is a big bad computer, and it heats up the
Trial TV, stop being this
Check
sweet.
all your connections tonight.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Why?
all your cable connections. Just check them.
I already did this morning. Everything's fine. I do, and every morning I do a run through, just make sure everything's plugged in. Why?
There, one moment. There might be feedback. I can't quite tell. I've muted Sneaky for a minute.
But I have my fan on.
Yeah, but it's feedback after I talk. Is that gone?
I don't know. I don't hear
Okay.
it. Can't. That's going to be on y'all.
All right. I'm talking to myself at this point, so I can hear.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I realized that we're trying to explain this to you from a hearing point of view. It doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense.
Not anymore.
Right? So I've been trying to figure out how to explain it. But when I talk, every once in a while, I can hear it's not an echo, but it's like static of what my voice was. We need to figure that out. And I'm going to unmute Sneaky.
I do have an iPad up with the trial, but it is mute. There's no volume on.
Yeah.
All my iPads, my cell phone.
Okay, I heard the echo again.
Mm-hmm. That one's on Sneaky's side.
That one's on my phone.
I'm gonna mute
Hmm.
and let y'all talk and see if you can figure that out.
Okay, that'll work.
I'm gonna go to the TT room.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Braxton. I'm just creating problems now.
No, I love this. I love my job, and this is kind of what I do. Like,
At least it's not a printer problem.
yeah. Oh. Oh. I know that was a joke, but that. Oh. I
Do you have
do
printer
have.
PTSD from today?
I have open tickets about a printer from
Oh
a month ago.
no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you about printers.
Oh no. Oh no.
I just know that pain. I know that pain.
No, it's just funny.
Printers and passwords and yeah. Lots of good times.
All right.
Trial TV, we wish we could hug you. You're
Right.
a doll. You're wonderful.
I think at this point, I can go lay down and not feel bad about it.
Good. Well, thank you for
Like,
coming to fix things, Braxton.
yeah. But so what's interesting is I think
This is the sweetest comment ever. Thank you. You are family too. That is the best.
Braxton,
Did you see
thank you so
this?
much. Love you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say something? Ooh. All right, there's something coming through on Ada's
On Ada's
setup.
side? Okay.
I need to go through it.
You're the best. We love you, Trial TV.
Yeah.
When I wear my glasses for too long with my earphones or with my headphones, just like presses on my noggin.
What's that?
I'm the problem.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I think we're all kind of troubled children here.
Like, I'm not sure what the issue is, and I don't have the brain power to figure it out at the moment. But we're figuring it out.
Out and About with Diane says they just arrested 5 people for the death of Matthew Perry. Thank you, Out and About with Diane.
That
Well,
probably
that's
hurt.
some spicy news.
Wow.
Well, shucks. Have they released any names Out and About? And also, Diane, if I send your dogs off dogging, I'm sorry. My dogs, they be dogging. Okay. That's interesting. So we're gonna have some more interesting news to look through.
Ada,
Diane.
my best theory for you to go down looking. Check how you have our audio routed.
Well, it's everything is just literally, let me go home. Everything is one cord from the computer to the board, and it's a great cord. It's fine. I'm going to change Mike's settings. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. How is that?
Down. Down.
Heard it.
Okay, so 5 people have been arrested and charged over
Okay,
the
you can
death of
turn
Matthew
yourself
Perry,
up more.
Hold on.
including
Tell me
the
when. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna
A
talk
little
first.
bit down. Ooh,
Tell
perfect.
me.
Perfect. That's the honey spot.
Right,
Right.
that's perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing, but what about the sound that you've been hearing?
So let's. It doesn't sound like it's there as much. Sneaky, say something?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, in the death of Matthew Perry, 5 people have been arrested, including the actor's personal assistant and 2 doctors.
Whoa.
So I didn't think his personal assistant was one of his best friends, I believe, as far as I know. I haven't done reading all the way down to this, but
so let me go.
I don't know who the other
This
2
is
people
absolutely
were, but-
100% better, by the way.
Okay. So now
Good.
what am
Yeah, Child TV, it is very sad. Thanks for letting us know, Diane. This is yeah. Cardiovascular institution.
How about this? Is
This,
it because I have it on the same settings?
It might be okay.
Yeah, it's the same exact setting, but it doesn't sound good. Vibration's not the same. This sound is better.
Okay. So what we need to figure out is how to split your audio from everyone else's.
It is split.
It's not split.
Well, hold on. So everybody else's is right here. Okay. I'm gonna your output routing. Hold on. The mix minus is on, which means you're not gonna get the echoing. So we're good with that.
Ooh. There's echo there.
Now, how about that? Any echo?
I can hear echo. It was
And-
much better before.
Before, how about on this? How does that sound?
I can still hear.
Okay, court is coming back.
Court is coming back. We need to.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going.
Honestly, here is the quick and dirty way we're gonna fix this. Mute you when you're not talking. Map it to a button that's really close to you.
Thank you very
And-
much, Trial TV. I appreciate that.
Uh,
Trial
we
TV
can
is just
figure
letting
that
us
out.
know so that we can test the sound and have some time to do so.
All right. Let's go ahead and see this. Go ahead and turn the sound back on. Oh, it's on. Okay, cool. We're good.
So
Oh.
Perry was found with buprenorphine in his system, which is used to treat opioid disorder, which is a contributing factor in his death with the amount of ketamine he had in his system, and also that all of those drugs affect the cardiovascular system. And then if you go in a hot tub, which would open up your cardiovascular
Remain
system.
standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Mm.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary, Schilling, Schilling.
Proceed. Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see
All right.
Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I'm
I
out.
do.
Why don't you point out where he's
Bye.
sitting, maybe
It
describe
sounds
an article of clothing that he's wearing.
Kyle.
He's got a
Your
blue
mic
suit
is
on,
now not doing well.
sitting over
I
there, bald head.
apologize.
Okay,
I'm
let the
leaving
record
you
reflect
on
the
that.
witness has identified the defendant.
Your mic's
So,
cutting out a little
In
bit.
what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate
The best.
agent, and I
Bye.
started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay, so he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes,
Do you have a business partner?
yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay, do you have another partner that you work with?
Oh, yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay, that was
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
okay.
Hear me now? Sneaky. Okay. It just wasn't coming through. So the first name is Zachary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't catch it.
Because I had a salad for lunch. Okay, we're gonna play. I just can't tell. Can you?
But the one that you work with even still today is Kristen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator, is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind, is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of. This is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk,
But if I may,
sure.
If there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr.
Testing.
Tellis.
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
Couple hours.
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right.
Really?
On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
About 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff German, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw the how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
yes,
it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
They're the Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes.
Why?
It does. With the way that, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay. And who is the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay. Was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention when you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. It just they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay. So on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, I believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon Tahoe, Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So.
In what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center, and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap! I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
Wow, y'all. What's your thought on this, Sneaky?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure. I wasn't really sure what this probate lawyer was gonna say to us. For him to just say, "Oh, that looks
That's
like
correct.
Mr. Tellez," and that
And you have
looks
this
like
a conversation with her, right?
Mhm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
telling. That's
I
not
called
something
Crime
you say.
Stoppers, and the phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counter intelligence, whatever, terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was.
Oh, we're going to have an.
No, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you.
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business, Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him, independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zillow that it was higher, but that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
You have you have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes.
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis.
Lift going down.
You want to talk to the police and say that you, I think it's fair. You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I am too, Trial TV Live.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so
The young slut Colonel Sanders is getting
the whole
saucy.
disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Darren is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you have
yeah.
Just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
No,
out
they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation?
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 years?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. After this agreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob and
just one home.
Your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob.
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
No, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest. And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
Fair
and
to
after
say
that, and after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help you.
Please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
And that's your recollection.
that's when the assignment at home stopped.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Okay, looks like I have a question.
I missed a lot of that. I was working on stuff in the background that we had to be doing. Is everything okay?
If you just stay here for just a moment,
It was
Yeah,
a
no
lot
problem.
of being spicy.
Huh? What?
It was a lot of being spicy.
Oh, jury question. Woohoo!
Howdy, soldier.
Oh, sorry. I can't. I know.
Good night, Braxton.
Sorry. What? Is that better?
Yeah, you're lulling Braxton to sleep.
Is that better volume?
A little bit, yeah.
Is it too loud or too soft?
It's too loud.
We have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so the conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end of the month, at the end of September, September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derman passes away, September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yes, but obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Well, nothing more so.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call our next witness.
Kristen Ripple.
Kristen?
What happened?
Did we have any more? Huh?
We're calling the next witness.
Okay, here's the child. Chimes.
Step up to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
Good.
You
Could
do
go a
solemnly
little
swear
bit
the
down.
testimony you're about
That's
to give in this
better.
action shall be the truth,
The
the whole
child.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state
It's
and
still
spell
pretty
your first and
loud.
last name for the record.
Like you
My
can
name's
hear
Kristen
it
Riffle,
for sure.
You can.
KRISSFLE.
I'll turn it.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Luke is typing.
How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and so it's in the context of
what?
Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold?
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't like to guess in court because
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it'd be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several. at
Several.
least.
Quite a few. Yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive. And
Real quick, Ms. Kevin, that looks like the typing from the judge's ruling on the whose case was it this morning? I don't remember whose case it was. It was the motion hearing. Oh, for Sarah Boone. No. Morrissey this morning. We had a lot of typing like that.
and
Can't hear you.
we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors.
Yeah.
And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Garriman had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were? If they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes, me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah, well, not, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, "That's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store." And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, "What should I do? What do we do?" And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Riffle.
Mhm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
Time of time.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
You had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the video of him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently. If I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
If I'm being honest means I'm hiding something.
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention.
I've
with
been
this.
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, let's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena? That it was
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
in reference to these walkthroughs.
I ask as a chance to prove that
Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say.
They were in it.
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You, Griffin, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price.
Correct.
But that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis' involvement, correct?
I mean, we were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him and then we're watching the video and yeah. So
So
yeah,
these stories that came out, they came out before
before the murder.
video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this, yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole
Right.
body.
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to
Okay,
me.
hold
in
on
the
one sec.
past.
Let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any other question?
I'm not sure I'm believing this. What do you think?
No, Zach notices everything. He notices my outfit. He notices when a string needs to be got from it.
They're still in a relationship.
Yeah, but and again, the thing is that even if they're in a relationship, what are they like? Because why are you making him out to be such a great person?
Okay, now you're soft.
You could just say
Did
yes.
she realize it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Can you follow up from the state? Mr. Trask?
That's hearsay.
Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
State and comment next witness.
That didn't go well for them.
That was odd. That was not right. There was something weird about that.
I would, if I was a juror, I'd throw out both of their testimonies.
Yeah.
That creepy weird. Okay, does that
All
sound
right,
better?
let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
No.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Garman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section. So I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was of a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually, we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrants.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like
Granny garden hat.
Orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with? Anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the pros and cons of what's been marked as, well, looks like 217, 18, 19. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection? Their admission. That's right. Just looking for their- No objection. No objection. All right.
218 through 235 are being offered at this time.
That's correct.
And there's no objection, they're admitted.
I couldn't resist. Could not resist. I'm sorry, that was too easy. That was too easy. I know. I am so bad, y'all. I'm so horrible. No wonder she's getting so many sun and age spots. You stole your granny's hat. Rude. I know you're bald and all, but come on now. Get a toupee if you got it. Don't steal granny's hat.
Recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are they?
That's what's
Those are
wrong with this
photographs of
generation.
of Mr. Tea's residence.
I can't hear you. You're
On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime scenes or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Depending, like, geographically where the scene is. If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
okay,
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with the crime?
If my memory serves correctly, patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis's house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing.
So did somebody get busted?
What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tea's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with photos. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222, what perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material. And then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Detective,
Why?
were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
We did it.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
I canceled it.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
We'll do it.
Let me-
But Sarah, come here. I went.
Do you see the
and requested
shoe?
to be
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses circled a gray Nike to the left.
I didn't even touch that email.
Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
Right here.
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like, was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Why would
Is
you
that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Nike shoe to boot?
Publishing 228. Is
I
this
love
a
my
side
Nike
profile
shoes.
of that shoe?
I wouldn't cut up a Nike shoe.
Yeah, they're comfortable. Sheesh.
And they're expensive.
Yeah, they are. Nike sponsor us, please.
My Nikes were 150, 160 US.
These ones were, I think, 110. I went for the cheapy one, but
Well, it depends on what you get. But
yeah.
and if you get the newest model or the older models.
but
Nike, if you wanna talk about justice.
You want to sponsor?
Yeah.
I got to figure out how to get more
About the
sponsors.
scales of justice and how to pump justice or something like that. I don't know, but
So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I know it's 6.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231, is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232, is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so you
Means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as is part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Court's indulgence.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum? Correct. Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. That it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay. Happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning.
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there is approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves, what I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the telesome, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ronnie. He does.
Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar.
Okay, so that begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum.
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay.
wouldn't
On
you
direct examination,
on live TV?
I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel. You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's
But
police
would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay, and I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay, all right. So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay, so when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled N-A-H-U-N at the end as opposed to
instead
N.
of that. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No. Tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, So your name was misspelled in the recording on the one page.
My name, my last name seems to be keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe on the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. I initially my attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one
Well,
second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just real briefly, as to the question of memorialized through body cam, there's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions.
Wow, he kind of took a beating. What are your thoughts so far on this, love?
I was happy to hear him say that he missed his partner. I was just like,
know.
oh, cool. Like each other. This is nice.
Some people do, some don't. But I got to tell you, they've got a hurdle, and that's identifying him with where's the vest or the shirt. They haven't found that.
Yeah.
I think without that, it might be a little bit harder. Unless it was inside that black bag and we haven't seen it yet. Are you too worn out for something this evening?
I should be fine as long as my dogs are doing okay and not too testy.
Number 10. Do
They're-
you recall who was the one that would find the
Hey,
children
Matt?
underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
I gotta run. I'll be right back.
Remember, serves correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state, and the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan?
Good to know, Miss Kevin. Thank you.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the floor.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years,
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds.
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay, and do you know a detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on.
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Andrea. It was cuter earlier, but I just couldn't tolerate it. Can y'all hear me okay with the mic that far away?
Yes, I can. Is my volume too
Sound a
loud?
little hollow? Or does it sound better up here?
That's a bit too loud.
Better right there?
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
This is states 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states.
Did he have
238.
children?
Do you recognize that part of the garage?
The victim have children.
And where you
I'm
ultimately
not
end up
sure if
finding
he
the
did.
bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Thanks, Ronnie.
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag
Yeah.
from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag,
And states 244.
the opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view. And then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of
Yeah.
significance based on that photograph.
I
Is
couldn't
that
remember
correct?
the ages. I wasn't sure if they
During the service of the
they were
search
still
warrant,
living.
besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel,
I'm tired. I don't remember.
were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Get on the mic.
Sir, I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand
We're
your
both kind of like,
testimony, this bag
You both like
in
thrill me.
question, which I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this
hi.
box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
That would be nice, Andrea.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Sorry.
Not to my
Andrea
knowledge.
was talking to us
Okay.
in chat. So
This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here,
Into
this would be,
Discord.
looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Proceed. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home? Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to Stage 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay. What steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as states 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states submitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Where do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly? Where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red. What is that? A toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox. Yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248. Is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention? Where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she
Yes.
removed the
No.
bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what
Perfect.
does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282.
With the pieces.
What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that had the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Only publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could.
Yeah.
Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect
You need
this
to go up a tiny
bag,
bit,
this Sprouts
Ada.
bag with a cut
You
up
need to go up a tiny
sun
bit.
hat.
Yes.
I went up
All right.
Little bit.
When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help
Maybe
you
a
out,
little
make
bit
sure
down
it gets
now?
impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over.
This is
And
it.
then that crime scene analyst will
Perfect.
photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
The crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not one picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who are you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Ain't that true?
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. You'd agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No, again, we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
Yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst miss them?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag were removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever process for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
I just want them to find the shirt.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
We got the shoes, the hat, the bag.
Yeah.
Maybe the bag. I believe it's a bag because
So,
he could run and put balls.
whoever asked
Put in.
questions about
He had time.
picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag, remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic
Didn't we
bag?
see
to
a
see what was
bloody
inside?
shirt?
No, I
or
did
is
not.
the shirt
Okay.
missing?
What is it?
Didn't we see a
Motion
bloody
282.
shirt or is
What
the
is
shirt
that when you
missing?
look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your
White
CSA
shirt,
came
but
over
I
and
didn't see
collected it.
blood on it.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about up the
Yeah,
top of the hat up here?
Hat on the
Like
rim.
up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mhm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Kevin.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present
What
when
was the victim?
bag was recovered?
We've seen with him is
The
a white.
soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I guess they're going to 51 after. I can't hear. I can't feel myself. I'm speaking okay. This is weird. Really weird. Oh well. Baby girl, go lay down. He's so nerdy. He probably looks cooler in his uniform. A uniform always improves. So they say.
That's
I don't know.
probably why he became a cop, I think. He's just like, this will help me with chicks. That and playing a guitar.
Oh, by the way, somebody told me I have, like I said, X and all these other lives. They asked, what am I eating all the time? Okay, guys, I have a stomach that says spig. I graze. And if that bothers you,
all the time.
move on. So long. Farewell.
You know how many
You
hours?
We have a question from a
What?
Jessica marked as court
You know how many
exhibit number
hours of the
12.
day you
Did the
stream?
witness have to open the
You
toolbox
need
to
to
locate
eat
the Sprouts
sometime.
bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state? From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah. Thank you.
One follow-up. Plain sight.
Long. Farewell.
Is this a neat garage?
Bye.
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
Oh,
Okay.
no,
No further questions.
they're coming after.
Follow up.
It got, it
This
got,
photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
they do have a before photo.
Thank you very much
They
for
want to
your
use it.
testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, retain any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. If you're number forward, just stay behind for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yay! 9:30. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hallelujah.
Did
That's
they say
11:30
9:30
my
or
time.
10:30?
Huh?
Did they
You're
say
fine.
9:30
The
or
record
10:30?
reflect that the jury has up with the exception of juror number.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, retain any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. If juror number 4 would just stay behind for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm glad I was wrong.
Woo!
I'm so glad I was wrong.
9:30.
Mhm.
Hallelujah.
That's good.
Hallelujah.
That's some good
Hallelujah.
stuff.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
It's a good time.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh my
see
God,
stuff.
I just did. And my daughter looked at me like,
I am entering my
Morales,
studio.
you're
Hold on. Hold on, yo. I'm going live in the other studio.
I think it's C. Morales Day here on the stream. You gifted a membership. I learned how to say your name. Yes, Squeegee, very spicy testimony.
I'm gonna see if this will. How does this work? I have 2 streams up, and it's supposed to go over to the redirect. So I
Okay.
end this live, and it should redirect you. Everybody, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. If it doesn't redirect, go to the next slide. We're going to go to the Ashley Benefield, excuse me, cray cray. We got some cray cray over there. Okay? Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.